Chapter 1588. Above the mortal realm. What did Yi Xian feel now? It was like two people had just entered the bridal chamber and were about to reach orgasm. Yet they suddenly became impotent. Impotent. Yi Xian felt extremely wronged right now. He'd relied on his own ability to surpass the mortal realm. On what basis did he seal me? On what basis? There's no fucking justice in this world. Yi Xian felt wronged to the point he wanted to cry. This father. The demons in the distance were stunned. What's wrong with this human? Needless to say, Vast Ming and the others were slightly afraid of Yi Xian. Just now, Yi Xian had casually killed two Heavenly Way realm experts with 2 strikes of his sword. Above the mortal realm. That wasn't just an ordinary level of terror. Not to mention above the mortal realm. Even the mortal realm was extremely terrifying. After all, the woman with the flying dagger was only at the peak of the mortal realm, but she could easily kill Heavenly Way realm experts. As for above the mortal realm, meanwhile, an old man by Vast Ming's side spoke in a low voice. Young World Lord, retreat for now. Vast Ming stared fixedly at Yi Xian, who lay on the ground in the distance, and no one knew what he was thinking. The old man continued, Young World Lord, he's absolutely not an ordinary person. He's above the mortal realm, and we're not a match for him. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in the distance, suddenly raised his head. He looked at Ming Qian and grinned. His smile was somewhat demonic. The young world lord's expression changed when he saw this, and he didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. The rest of the demon dweller experts also fled. Vast Ming didn't suspect Yi Xian, because the aura of the sword Dao that Yi Xian emanated earlier had terrified him. That aura couldn't be deceived. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Stop! Stop! As soon as these words were spoken, Firmament Ming instantly stopped, and the rest of the demonic dwellers stopped as well. Vast Ming turned around to look at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian had his hands behind his back, and an indifferent expression on his face. His bearing as an expert was on full display. Vast Ming hesitated for a moment and said, You! Yi Xian looked at Ming Qian. Do you want to live? Do you want to live? The moment he said that, Vast Ming's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly said, Your Excellency, my father is the realm lord of the demon world. Yi Xian asked, Do you know who my father is? After saying that, he regretted it. Damn it. There should be very few people who knew the green-robed man. Ming Tsang glanced at Yi Xian. Just as he was about to ask, Yi Xian suddenly pointed at Han Meng, who was on the city wall. I don't like this woman. Ming Tsang was stunned. In the next moment, he made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and Han Meng fell into his grasp. Han Meng looked at Ming Qian in fear. Young Realm Lord. Ming Quintessence didn't even look at her. Instead, he looked at Yi Xian. Sir, how do you want her to die? Yi Xian's expression was calm. Let her beg for death. Ming Quintessence was stunned, and then he said, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Han Meng. Han Meng begged, Young Realm Lord, please spare my life. I'm willing to do anything for you. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Ming Quintessence's mouth. Are you even worthy? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung Han Meng, and she was nailed to the city wall in the distance. A moment later, a strand of flames suddenly enveloped Han Meng. A hysterical and shrill cry resounded. The flames didn't burn Han Meng to death, and they were gradually devouring her body instead. Ming Quintessence gazed at Yi Xian, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Is that enough? Yi Xian nodded slightly. Fuck off. Ming Quintessence didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. It didn't take long for the group of demon experts to vanish into the horizon. Meanwhile, Han Meng suddenly gazed at Yi Xian, and she spoke resentfully. Human. I curse you. You'll die a horrible death. You'll die a horrible death. Yi Xian gazed at Han Meng. Even until now, you still haven't figured it out. You kneel down and lick the boots of others, but you're even worse than a dog in the eyes of others. Isn't it good to be a human? Han Meng roared furiously. You'll die a horrible death. You'll die a horrible death. Yi Xian blinked, and then he turned around to face Han Meng. He twisted his butt and smiled. I'll fucking die. I'll piss you off to death. As soon as he finished speaking, he even farted. Pooh. A mouthful of blood essence sprayed from Han Meng's mouth, and then her figure twitched. It wasn't long before there was no more movement from her body. She'd been infuriated to death. However, her eyes were still open wide, and they were staring fixedly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian paid no further attention to Han Meng, and he swiftly vanished into the distance. His cultivation was currently sealed. If vast underworld and the others were to turn back, then he would be finished. Ming Quintessence suddenly stopped moving somewhere in the sky, and then he frowned. Something's off. An old man by his side asked. What's wrong? Ming Quintessence's eyes narrowed slightly. Why did he let us go? All the other demon experts frowned when they heard this. Right. Why did that human let us go? Ming Quintessence spoke in a low voice. We were deceived. An old demon shook his head. But he killed 2 Heavenly Dao Realm experts with a casual swing of his sword. Moreover, his aura has clearly surpassed that woman with the flying dagger. Ming Quintessence shook his head. If he really is above the mortal realm, then it's even more impossible for him to let us go. So there's only a single explanation for why he let us go, and it's that he isn't above the mortal realm. The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, Let's go back. Ming Quintessence looked towards the horizon. If he's still there, then it proves that he's truly fearless and has attained the mortal realm. If he's gone, his face turned gloomy as he spoke. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. All the experts from the demon realm vanished along with it. It didn't take long for Ming Quintessence and the others to appear before the city of humans. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was nowhere to be seen. Ming Quintessence's face instantly became ferocious when he witnessed this scene. How dare you deceive me? The expressions of all the demon experts became extremely unsightly. We've actually been deceived. Ming Quintessence suddenly spoke in a low voice. It's absolutely impossible for him to be above the mortal realm. He definitely utilized some sort of divine ability or treasure to instantly kill those 2 Heavenly Dao Realm experts. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and said furiously, Search immediately. Find him at all costs. All the demon experts retreated when they heard this. If they didn't kill Yi Xian this time, then the demon dimension would truly lose face. Especially Ming Quintessence. As the young lord of the demon dimension, he'd actually been played by a human. If news of this were to spread, no, it might have already spread. Ming Quintessence's expression instantly became even more ferocious when he thought up to this point. In next to no time, practically all the experts of the demon dimension had been dispatched to track down Yi Xian. On the other hand, because Yi Xian and the others hadn't died, all the demons in the demon dimension were in an uproar. It wasn't long before practically all the demons in the demon dimension were searching for Yi Xian. This time, the demon dimension was unprecedentedly united. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground in an unknown mountain range. He opened his palm with the intention of forming the heart sword. However, every single time he was about to succeed, it would be suppressed by the strand of sword qi within him. That strand of sword qi didn't just suppress his cultivation, it even suppressed his cultivation in the sword Dao. Yi Xian gazed at his palm and fell into deep thought. Since the green-clothed man had sent him here, then it was definitely not that simple. Was he trying to temper his sword Dao? If he was, then the seal should have been removed after he broke through to the mortal sword realm. However, he hadn't. In other words, tempering his sword Dao was probably just one of the reasons. And there was definitely another objective. Tempering his physical body? Yi Xian looked at his body. In fact, his injuries were quite serious. Because he didn't have the purple gas or the immortal bloodline, his recovery speed could be said to be at the speed of a turtle. However, he discovered that his physical body seemed to have undergone some changes. It had become more resistant to beatings. Sensing this scene, Yi Xian's expression suddenly became strange. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian began to recall the previous battle. It had to be said that although he had been beaten miserably, he had gained a lot. The biggest gain was breaking through to the mortal realm. If the seal in his body was removed, and the crazy demon bloodline and immortal bloodline were also unsealed, with his current strength, he should be able to defeat Mu Xiaodao. Unfortunately, That strand of sword chi was too terrifying. Even if he had reached the mortal sword realm, he still couldn't break the seal of that strand of sword chi. It was just a strand of sword chi. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. He knew that there should be a big gap between him and the three swords realm. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian looked at his physical body. He knew that under the situation where his cultivation and sword Dao cultivation were sealed, he must improve his physical body. And to improve his physical body, he must have the blood of powerful demonic beasts. Improve his physical body by taking a beating? It's not impossible. He probably wouldn't be able to improve it for at least 100 years. Moreover, he still didn't have the immortal bloodline and purple gas. If he went to take a beating, he might really be beaten to death. If he wanted to improve his physical body, he must let Xiao Ta out. How can I let Xiao Ta out? Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He tried to sense Xiao Ta, but he couldn't sense him at all. Not to mention Xiao Ta, he couldn't even sense the prison pagoda. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. What did it mean that the man in green had sent him here? It meant that the man in green had definitely been to this devil's domain before. And the man in green had been to the devil's domain before. That meant that the little white guy had definitely been to the devil's domain before. The little white guy had been to the devil's domain before. So he must have left behind a box. A box. When he thought of this, Yi Xian suddenly became excited. If he found the box, he would be able to find the little white guy. And the little guy would definitely be able to get Xiao Ta out, and even remove the seal on his body. Because the strand of sword energy in his body would definitely give face to the little white guy. Find the box. Yi Xian stood up immediately. But very quickly, the excitement on his face slowly disappeared. Because he was unfamiliar with this place. How was he going to find the box? Especially since this place hated humans so much. Not to mention finding the box. Once he went out, he would probably become the enemy of the whole world. At this moment, the space above Yi Xian's head suddenly split open. The next moment, a mysterious force quietly appeared. Yi Xian was stunned at first. The next moment, his expression changed greatly because countless blood-red threads appeared around him. The cause of disaster. Following the appearance of these blood-red threads, the sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds and countless lightning flashed. Disaster plus heavenly tribulation. When he saw this, Yi Xian's expression froze. My father, you didn't block the disaster law for me. As he said that, he turned around and ran. As he ran, he shouted angrily, I want to sever all ties with you. Sever all ties with you. P.S. Sorry, the update is late. There was a heavy downpour and a power outage. Chapter 1589. Run. Yi Xian was very clear about his current strength, and he was unable to fight against this calamity. He could only run. However, he was unable to escape this calamity and heavenly tribulation. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the top of Yi Xian's head at an incomparably fast speed. Yi Xian's expression changed and he leaped up. Just as he leaped up, the ground behind him turned into a huge crater. Being struck by the calamity, the entire ground started to crack layer by layer. Yi Xian didn't dare to look back, as he fled frantically into the distance. However, no matter how he ran, he was unable to escape from the calamity and heavenly tribulation. The calamity and heavenly tribulation were like maggots on his bones, following him. In just a short while, the entire mountain range had turned into ashes under the bombardment of the calamity. As for Yi Xian, he was in a miserable state. He fled to the east and hid to the west. He didn't dare to go head-on against the calamity. Not to mention now, even if his cultivation wasn't sealed, he might not be able to go head-on against it, much less now. One bolt of lightning could destroy his soul. Yi Xian patted his chest as he ran. Big brother, can we discuss this and let me recover my strength first? That strand of sword chi didn't reply. Yi Xian said angrily, I'm going to be blasted to death. The sword chi still didn't reply. Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it, there was no room for discussion. The more Yi Xian thought about it, the angrier he got. I relied on my own ability to reach above the ordinary sword. Why did you seal me? Based on what? Too fucking infuriating. Yi Xian was so angry that his balls hurt. Both of them hurt. Just at this moment, a dozen demonic people suddenly appeared not far away from Yi Xian. Among them, there were even 2 Heavenway Realm experts. When they saw Yi Xian, the dozen demonic people were instantly overjoyed. But in the next moment, their expressions changed drastically because lightning struck down from above Yi Xian's head. What kind of lightning was this? Their eyes were filled with fear. Right at this moment, Yi Xian noticed those devils as well, and he didn't hesitate to charge towards them. Seeing Yi Xian rushing over, the dozen or so devil cultivators' faces instantly changed, and they all retreated. But at this time, Yi Xian had already rushed in front of them, and a bolt of lightning just happened to descend. Boom! In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people were turned into ashes. Only Yi Xian and the 3 Heavenway Realm experts were still alive. After the 3 Heaven Realm experts survived, they frantically fled into the distance, while Yi Xian hurriedly chased after them. Seeing this scene, the Heaven Realm expert in the lead roared furiously. Scram! Yi Xian laughed. Let's play together. The Heaven Eternal Realm expert suddenly stopped. He stabbed out with his spear, and a powerful force forced Yi Xian to stop. At the same time, a bolt of blood lightning suddenly fell. Yi Xian's expression changed, and his arms fiercely swept towards the sky. Take it head on. He could only choose to take it head on. Boom! The blood lightning descended, and the Heaven Realm expert's strength was directly shattered, while Yi Xian was also struck by that blood lightning, and he directly smashed down from the sky, crashing into the ground below. But the Heaven Realm expert was also struck by that blood lightning, and his entire person was directly sent flying. On the ground below, Yi Xian suddenly jumped out. The current his flesh was already lacerated, especially his arms. The bones of his arms were already exposed outside. That bolt of lightning just now almost destroyed his entire body. And at this time, another bolt of blood lightning appeared in the horizon. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly, and he turned and ran. But he still charged towards those 3 Heavenway Realm experts. Even if he died, he would pull a few down with him. Seeing Yi Xian charge over again, the 3 Heavenway Realm experts' expressions changed greatly. Motherf *Ker, is this human crazy? The 3 of them didn't dare to take that blood lightning head on, and they turned and ran. Just like this, 3 people ran, 1 person chased, along the way blood light with lightning. How exciting! Yi Xian also had no choice at this moment. He really didn't have any way to deal with this calamity. Without bloodline power, he couldn't use the sword. How could he deal with it? Right now he just wanted to pull a few more scapegoats down with him. Pull as many as he could. If the 3 Heavenway Realm experts stopped, they could actually perish together with Yi Xian. Even leaving one behind would be fine. But clearly, the 3 of them didn't want to die, so they ran for their lives. The 3 of them were faster than Yi Xian, so the 3 of them were slowly pulling away from Yi Xian. Seeing the 3 of them disappear into the distance, Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. He lifted his head to look, and in the horizon, another bolt of blood lightning descended. Yi Xian hurriedly leaped. He had just leaped out when a bolt of divine lightning directly blasted the place he was originally at, and that place directly became a giant abyss. Yi Xian leaped again, directly disappearing into the distance. Along the way, Yi Xian's face was gloomy. He knew that he couldn't continue like this, because he had used up too much of his strength. In addition, he had been struck by that bolt of divine lightning just now, and his physical body had been damaged, so he needed to heal now. If this continued, at most in an hour, he might die under this divine lightning. What should he do? Yi Xian's face became increasingly ugly. The green-robed man sealed his own cultivation, and didn't help to block the calamity laws. He was playing with me to death. Yi Xian took a deep breath, and he stopped. He opened his palm, and in his hand, a formless will suddenly appeared. Sword will. This was the green-robed man's sword will. He had obtained it in the sword abyss, and he had used it once. But after using it once, this sword will had fallen into a deep sleep, and after such a long period of cultivation, this wisp of sword will had already recovered. This was the only way he could save his life. Yi Xian looked up, and another bolt of blood lightning fell. Yi Xian gently flipped his palm, and the wisp of sword will suddenly shot into the sky. Boom! In the sky, that bolt of divine lightning directly shattered, and the wisp of sword will shot straight into the depths of the starry sky. Zoom boom! A loud noise suddenly came from the depths of the starry sky, and then a pitch-black vortex appeared in the entire starry sky. Yi Xian looked into the depths of the starry sky, and he couldn't feel that wisp of sword will anymore. It was gone. And in the starry sky, the blood cloud slowly became illusory. Yi Xian turned and ran. He knew that the calamity hadn't been destroyed, and that the green-robed man might have only been seriously injured by that wisp of sword will. He had to recover his cultivation during this period of time. With his current cultivation that surpassed the mortal realm, if he could recover his cultivation, he would definitely be able to face this calamity head-on. Before long, Yi Xian disappeared in the boundless mountain range. Demon World, Demon City. This was the most prosperous place in the demon world, and it was also the place with the most experts in the demon world. And Yi Xian directly sneaked into Demon City. The most dangerous place was the safest place. Now that the demons were looking for him all over the world, they definitely wouldn't have thought that he would come to Demon City. This time, he didn't enter Demon City openly, but put on a large black robe and hid himself. Demon City was very prosperous, not at all inferior to the human race. It was obvious that the demons in the demon world also had their own culture. Yi Xian glanced around, and he quickly disappeared at the end of the street. After asking around in the city, Yi Xian quietly came to a library in Demon City. This library only had some ordinary ancient books, so there were no experts guarding it. After Yi Xian entered the library, he began to frantically flip through the ancient books inside. He had to first familiarize himself with the history and culture of the entire demon world, in order to better survive in this place. At the same time, he also wanted to see if he could find anything about the man in green. After reading for about an hour, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned his head, and in front of him was a demon cultivator woman. The woman looked quite young, only 16 or 17 years old. Her eyes were big, and she looked somewhat cute. The demon cultivator woman looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "You also like to read?" Yi Xian nodded. The demon cultivator woman immediately became interested. "What do you like to read?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "History." The demon cultivator woman blinked. "You're not a demon cultivator, right?" Yi Xian's expression froze. The demon cultivator woman sized up Yi Xian, then said, "The ancient book in your hands is a basic history book. If you are a demon cultivator, it is impossible for you not to understand the basic history of the demon cultivator race. Furthermore, you are wearing a black robe, so I can't see your true face. In other words, you are most likely afraid that others will see your true face. Are you that human called Yi Xian?" F***ck. Yi Xian could not help but curse. Was this woman a god? The demon cultivator woman giggled. "You must be. Because when I said your name, your hand couldn't help but tighten the grip on the book in your hand. This is your instinctive reaction." As she said that, she walked in front of Yi Xian and gently untied Yi Xian's hat. When she saw Yi Xian, the demon cultivator woman immediately said excitedly, "You really are that Yi Xian?" Yi Xian looked at the demon cultivator woman. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you to silence you?" The demon cultivator woman shook her head. "You are not a bad person." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Why?" The demon cultivator woman smiled and said, "Because you have protected many humans before. A heinous person will not protect others, and will not put himself in a desperate situation for others. So you won't kill me." Yi Xian smiled faintly. "But you are a demon cultivator, and I am a human." The demon cultivator woman retorted, "Are all demon cultivators bad?" Yi Xian was speechless. The demon cultivator woman said again, "You want to understand the history of demon cultivators? It is obvious that you are not a native of the demon domain. You are from the outside, nine-dimensional universe, or the distant heaven domain." As she said that, she thought about it and then said, "You should be from the nine-dimensional universe, because the heaven domain is controlled by the universe enforcer." and you are clearly not on the same side as the universe law. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian asked, "Why?" The demon cultivator woman smiled and said, "The woman who was with you before is a universe protector, and she left, but you did not. Why? It is very simple, you are not on the same side. Moreover, according to what I know, when she left, she deliberately framed you, so you should be from the 9-dimensional universe. And you might have a grudge against the universe God court. And you are definitely not an ordinary person, because other than the universe protector, no other power can come here. Even the powerful undying emperor clan of the 9-dimensional universe. But you came here. Obviously, a peerless expert sent you here, and this peerless expert's strength is definitely very terrifying, at least." As she said that, she shook her head. "It is impossible to estimate." "Yi Xian," the demon cultivator woman said again, "your physical body is very strong, but you do not have any cultivation. This is very abnormal. In other words, your cultivation might have been sealed. If that is the case, it is very likely that you were sent here by that peerless expert to gain experience." As she said that, she looked at Yi Xian and grinned. "What I said just now is just my guess. Can you tell me how much you guessed correctly?" Yi Xian. P.S. Once again, thank you to everyone who voted. Thank you. It has been a long time. This is the first time I am in the top 10 of the monthly votes. Bow. Chapter 1590. Inside the library hall, there was silence. Yi Xian was a little shocked in his heart. Who exactly was this devil cultivator girl in front of him? Yi Xian did not ask this question, but laughed. "You know what happened in front of the human clan city. Obviously you are not an ordinary person. And I can be sure that you have nothing to do with the demon realm. Because if you were the demon realm, you would not let the demon realm target me, and that person from the cosmos God court. There are 2 reasons why you do not hate humans. Firstly, you are most likely from the outside world. Or rather, you have been to the outside world, and know about the outside world. Secondly, you are kind-hearted. However, I think you should be the first." As he spoke, he sat at the side and laughed. "The reason why you were able to find me is definitely because you guessed correctly. Right now, my top priority is to understand the history of the demon domain. So if I am not wrong, before you came to this library hall, you must have been to other library halls, right?" The devil cultivator girl sat in front of Yi Xian and laughed. "I have indeed been to the outside world. And I understand the undying emperor clan, and the cosmos god court. As for being able to find you, it is indeed as you said." Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders. "Miss, there must be something you need from me, right?" The devil cultivator girl blinked. "Why don't you guess again?" Yi Xian looked at the devil cultivator girl. "I don't like to show off my intelligence. Isn't it better to be more direct?" The devil cultivator girl laughed. "All right." Yi Xian nodded. "Speak." The devil cultivator girl shook her head and laughed. "No rush. Come, tell me what I can help you with. You can tell me what kind of help you want. Of course, if you want me to help you undo the seal in your body, I can't do it. Other than that, you can ask for anything else." Yi Xian looked at the devil cultivator girl. "Destroy the demon realm." The devil cultivator girl blinked. "Are you serious?" Yi Xian laughed. "Can you do it?" The devil cultivator girl grinned. "I can do it." Yi Xian looked at the devil cultivator girl, and did not speak. The devil woman smiled and said, "If you are sure within 2 hours, I can make all the experts above the consolidation realm disappear in the imperial capital of the devil world." Yi Xian chuckled. "Looks like I've met a big shot." The devil cultivator woman smiled. "Obviously, you have other requests." Yi Xian suddenly said, "Why don't you tell me how I can help you first?" The devil cultivator woman hurriedly shook her head. "You are the guest. Why don't you tell us your request first?" Yi Xian looked at the devil cultivator woman for a moment and said, "Good. I want to find a swordsman, a very, very strong swordsman. He might have come here tens of thousands of years ago, or even longer. I want to know everything about him." The demonkin lady asked, "How strong is the swordsman?" Yi Xian said, "The invincible kind." The devil cultivator woman looked at Yi Xian, and after a moment she said, "Is it a swordsman wearing a green robe?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "He really came here." The devil cultivator woman smiled and said, 36,000 years ago, a swordsman in a green robe came to the devil domain. He was a human." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Where did he go?" The devil cultivator woman said, "Demon Mountain." Yi Xian frowned. "Demon Mountain?" The devil cultivator woman nodded. "That swordsman appeared in Demon Mountain. As for what happened after that, I don't know." Yi Xian pondered. Why did this cheap father go to Demon Mountain? The devil cultivator woman smiled and said, "Do you want to go to Demon Mountain?" Yi Xian was about to speak, but the devil cultivator woman said, "If you want to go, I can bring you there, and only I can bring you there. Because that place, don't talk about a human even the young domain lord of the devil domain doesn't have the qualifications to go there. Because that place is the holy land of the entire devil domain." Yi Xian was curious. The holy land of the entire devil domain? The devil cultivator woman nodded. "Yes. Because that was the place where the great demon lord lived." Yi Xian said, "Can you tell me about this great demon lord?" The devil cultivator woman smiled and said, "There is nothing to say. He was once the strongest expert of the devil domain. When the great demon lord was around, the devil domain was the most terrifying, and could suppress the 9 dimensions in heaven domain. Even the cosmos god court had to give them some face." Yi Xian asked, "Then why did he disappear?" The devil cultivator woman smiled and said, "It is a secret for now." Yi Xian was silent for a long time, then said, "What do you want me to help you with?" The devil cultivator woman smiled and said, "There is no hurry. After I help you, you can help me. Don't worry. It won't be anything that will make things difficult for you." Yi Xian looked at the devil cultivator woman and didn't say anything as he pondered in his heart. The devil cultivator woman blinked her eyes and said, "Currently you don't seem to have anything worth me scheming against, right? Moreover, the devil domain is looking for you. If they find you, you might suffer. Also, that woman from the Cosmos God Court has already returned to the Cosmos God Court. When she comes, she will definitely not come alone. And your current state might be a little dangerous. Also previously, a mountain range thousands of miles outside the city turned into ashes. This has something to do with you, right?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I don't seem to have any other choice." The devil cultivator woman smiled and said, "We can work together. You need me now, I also need you. Moreover, I have no reason to be enemies with you, right?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "My name is Yi Xian." The devil cultivator woman smiled and said, "Emo Xiao Shuang." Yi Xian stood up and said, "Then let's go." Emo Xiao Shuang also stood up and said, "Let's go." The two of them left the library hall, and just as they were about to leave the devil city, a devil cultivator elder suddenly appeared in front of them. The devil cultivator elder stared at Yi Xian and said, "Take off your black robe." Yi Xian frowned slightly. Had he been discovered? At this moment, a cold light flashed, and in the next moment, the devil cultivator elder's head flew into the air. Yi Xian turned around and saw a devil cultivator man holding a long saber standing not far away. Seeing this devil cultivator man, Yi Xian's face turned serious. "Mortal realm." The devil cultivator man bowed towards Emo Xiao Shuang and was very respectful. Emo Xiao Shuang smiled and said, "Leave this to him. Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, she led Yi Xian out of the city. They'd just left the city when an enormous demon beast suddenly swooped down from the sky. It was a completely pitch-black dragon that was over 10 kilometers long. As soon as it appeared, an extremely terrifying dragon pressure swept over and seemed as if it intended to crush the entire devil city. The entire devil city was shocked. But for some unknown reason, not a single expert had appeared in the city. Yi Xian gazed at the black dragon and was extremely shocked in his heart, because the black dragon's cultivation had surpassed the heavenly Dao realm. Not only had its cultivation surpassed the heavenly Dao realm, even its physical body had surpassed the heavenly Dao realm. Meanwhile, the black dragon suddenly slowed down and stopped when it was over 100 m away from Yi Xian and Emo Xiao Shuang. After that, it slowly knelt on the ground and pressed its head against the ground. Emo Xiaoshuang smiled and said, "Let's go." As she spoke, she led Yi Xian up to the dragon's head, and then they moved up the dragon's back. Yi Xian glanced at Emo Xiaoshuang. It was obvious that this woman hadn't been bragging earlier. She really had the ability to destroy this devil city. At the same time, he secretly put up his guard. It was obvious that this devil city wasn't as simple as it seemed. Devil City's main hall. At this moment, Vast Ming and the other experts were staring at a demonic old man at the entrance of the main hall. The old man wore a black robe and was skinny. He held a sheathed longsword in his right hand. When there was a commotion in the sky above Devil City, they wanted to go out, but were stopped by this old man. In front of this old man, there were over 10 corpses. Among them, 3 were Heavenly Dao Realm experts. Vast Ming stared at the old man. "Who are you?" The old man in the black robe didn't speak. He turned around and left. When he walked out of the main hall, he suddenly slashed with his sword. Chi! The sword landed and the main hall was directly split into 2. However, the sword chi didn't dissipate and continued forward for thousands of miles. In an instant, the entire Devil City was directly split into 2. The old man in the black robe looked coldly at the Devil City below. "Young Master Yi is my master's honored guest. If you dare to find trouble with him again, you will all die." After saying that, he directly rode on his sword and disappeared into the horizon. Along with him, the man with the saber from before also disappeared. Below, Vast Ming and the rest looked at the horizon in a daze. In the horizon, the devil dragon flew through the sky at an extremely fast speed. On the back of the devil dragon, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Miss Xiaoshuang, I'm actually a little curious. I'm curious how I can help you?" Emo Xiaoshuang smiled. "Only you can help me." Yi Xian looked at Emo Xiaoshuang. "I'm getting more and more curious." Emo Xiaoshuang smiled. "You will know very soon." Yi Xian suddenly asked, "You won't scheme against me, right?" Emo Xiaoshuang blinked. "What do you think?" Yi Xian smiled. "To be honest, I'm a little afraid of being possessed or something." Emo Xiaoshuang laughed. "Young Master Yi, don't worry. I have no ill intentions towards you. What I want young Master Yi to help me with might be as difficult as ascending the heavens to others. But to young Master Yi, it's a piece of cake." Yi Xian chuckled. "Now that you say it like that, I'm even more curious." Emo Xiaoshuang smiled and then she said, "We're here." As she spoke, she lightly stomped her right foot. The mystic dragon immediately stopped. Yi Xian looked into the distance. There was a huge mountain there. The entire mountain towered into the clouds, and it emitted a strange black mist. Emo Xiaoshuang smiled. "Let's go." As she spoke, she directly brought Yi Xian along and disappeared on the back of the devil dragon. As they approached the mountain, Yi Xian's expression gradually became solemn, because he sensed an invisible pressure pressing down upon him, and the pressure grew stronger the closer they got. Meanwhile, a mysterious old man suddenly appeared before them. The old man raised his hands before him, and then he suddenly shook them forward. "Disperse!" Bang! A powerful force swept out, and in an instant, that oppressive force was pushed back. The old man turned around and bowed slightly to Emo Xiaoshuang, and then he vanished silently. Another worldly realm expert. Yi Xian fell silent. Motherfucker! Are mortal realm experts like cabbages here? It didn't take long for them to appear on the mountain. Emo Xiaoshuang lightly stomped the ground with her right foot and smiled. "Earlier, you asked me why the great demon lord vanished. Let me tell you now, he isn't dead. He's sealed beneath here." Yi Xian said, "The green-clothed man?" Emo Xiaoshuang smiled. "Yes." Yi Xian said to himself, "Shit." Right at this moment, the ground before them split apart, and then a figure appeared before them. "Great Demon Lord." The Great Demon Lord looked at Yi Xian. "The same bloodline, you are his son." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. The matter between you and him has nothing to do with me." The mysterious man stared at Yi Xian and said, "A son must pay for his father's debt. Is there a problem?" Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1591. The son had to pay his father's debts. Yi Xian almost spat out a mouthful of blood from rage when he heard this. Normally, it's the son who tricks the father, but it's different for me. The father tricks the son, and it's the type to the point of death. Could it be that I'm really not his biological son? Right at this moment, the Grand Demon Lord suddenly gazed at Mo Xiaoshuang, who stood by Yi Xian's side, and his brows knit together slightly. Who are you? A trace of surprise flashed through Yi Xian's eyes when he heard this. The Grand Demon Lord actually doesn't know Mo Xiaoshuang? Actually, he'd suspected that the Grand Demon Lord was Mo Xiaoshuang. But now it would seem like it wasn't the case. Mo Xiaoshuang's identity is even more mysterious. Mo Xiaoshuang smiled. Who I am isn't important. As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian. We're already here, so do what you want. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Xiaoshuang, I'm unable to utilize my divine sense. Can you help me see if there's a box on the mountain? Mo Xiaoshuang gazed at Yi Xian. A box? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Mo Xiaoshuang nodded slightly. All right. As she spoke, she snapped her fingers, and then a white-robed old man suddenly appeared here. Yi Xian's face instantly sank when he saw the old man. He's at least at the heavenly grasp realm. Moreover, the old man is actually at the mortal realm as well. Needless to say, Yi Xian was extremely shocked right now. Up until now, he'd seen quite a few at the mortal realm. Just who was this Mo Xiaoshuang? After the old man appeared, he'd soundlessly appeared on Mo Xiaoshuang's right, and his gaze was constantly locked onto the Grand Demon Lord. Mo Xiaoshuang gazed at the old man and smiled. Sweep through the mountain. The old man nodded, and was about to utilize his divine sense. Meanwhile, the Grand Demon Lord suddenly said, Are you treating me like I don't exist? Mo Xiaoshuang gazed at the Grand Demon Lord and smiled. Grand Demon Lord, I think you're quite stupid really. Don't be angry. Let me tell you a few stupid things about you. Firstly, you are still being suppressed, and the only person who can save you, forgive me for being blunt, in the current demon region, is young Master Yi, who is by my side. You, on the other hand, want to CK him as soon as he comes. I'm really speechless. With your IQ, how did you become the Demon Lord back then? I think young Master Yi wouldn't dare to release your seal even if you beat him to death. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. Right, Yi Xian quickly nodded. I wouldn't dare. I'm afraid of getting beaten up. The Great Demon Lord. Mo Xiaoshuang continued. Also, Great Demon Lord, I want to ask you a question. Can you beat young Master Yi's father? The azure-robed man. The Great Demon Lord's face turned ugly. If he could defeat them, would he still be suppressed here? Mo Xiaoshuang clapped his hands and said with a smile. Clearly you can't beat me. Since you can't beat him, why are you thinking about revenge? Even if you can't come out and kill young Master Yi, what happens after you kill young Master Yi? Do you think his father will come and mess with you? The Great Demon Lord stared at Mo Xiaoshuang, his body emitting a thick demonic aura. Then I have been trapped here for tens of thousands of years for nothing? Mo Xiaoshuang blinked. Don't you know why you were trapped in the first place? At the side, Yi Xian asked curiously. How did he get trapped? Mo Xiaoshuang smiled. I have to start from a little white guy. Oh right, the spirit ancestor. Back then, the spirit ancestor passed by here, and this Great Demon Lord sensed the spirit ancestor. Then, you know what happened next. Yi Xian's expression turned strange. This Great Demon Lord was also an idiot. Of all people to provoke, he had to provoke that little guy. How could he provoke that little guy? Provoking that little guy was equivalent to poking a hornet's nest. In the distance, the Great Demon Lord's face turned ugly. At that time, he didn't expect that there would be a terrifying swordsman following behind the little white guy. The swordsman wasn't scary, but the horned little girl. She was beaten up miserably. At this time, Mo Xiaoshuang looked at the white-robed old man and smiled. Search. The white-robed old man nodded and slowly closed his eyes. His divine sense directly enveloped the entire demon mountain. A moment later, the white-robed old man opened his eyes. He looked at Mo Xiaoshuang and shook his head. No. Mo Xiaoshuang looked at Yi Xian. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian sighed. Why didn't this little guy bury the box? As if he thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Miss Xiaoshuang, are you saying that the spirit ancestor came here alone? Mo Xiaoshuang nodded. Yes, Yi Xian said softly. In that case, my cheap father's target wasn't the great demon lord. He came to the demon domain for something else. The little guy was playful and ran here alone. In other words, suppressing the demon lord was a simple matter. What did you say? In the distance, the great demon lord suddenly stared at Yi Xian. Are you insulting me? Yi Xian. Mo Xiaoshuang smiled. He wasn't insulting you. He was just stating a fact. The great demon lord sneered. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because I'm suppressed? As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a black medallion suddenly shot into the sky. When it shot into the sky, the medallion turned into a ray of black light and dissipated. Yi Xian looked at the black light in the sky. Is he calling for help? Mo Xiaoshuang nodded. Obviously, Yi Xian turned to look at Mo Xiaoshuang. Can you beat him? Mo Xiaoshuang smiled. Yes, but there's no need to fight. Let's go. Yi Xian nodded. The three left. The great demon lord didn't stop them, because he knew he couldn't. Right now his body was still suppressed. He couldn't do anything. Not long after Yi Xian's group left, a powerful aura suddenly rushed over from the horizon. Soon, 12 black-robed demons appeared in front of the great demon lord. The 12 demonists. The great demon lord looked at the distant sky. Pass down my order. Capture that human alive. Remember, wait for that woman to leave before you act. The 12 demonists quietly disappeared. The great demon lord slowly closed his eyes. He clenched his right hand. His heart was like a ball of fire. 36,000 years. He had been suppressed by a strand of sword qi for a full 36,000 years. How could he endure this insult? Right now, he only wanted revenge. Thus, when he saw Yi Xian, he couldn't control his desire to kill. Unfortunately, beside Yi Xian was Mo Xiaoshuang, and beside Mo Xiaoshuang, there were many powerful experts. After a long time, the great demon lord opened his eyes. He looked at the horizon and smiled. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than the universe's law? Slowly, the smile in his eyes turned cold. Somewhere in the sky, Yi Xian, who was standing on the demon dragon, turned to look at Mo Xiaoshuang. Miss Xiaoshuang, you can tell me what you want me to do. Mo Xiaoshuang smiled. Okay. Saying so, she looked into the distance. We'll be there soon. Yi Xian was curious. Miss Xiaoshuang, you are a demon, but you're different from other demons. For example, you don't hate humans. Moreover, you're not on the same side as the great demon lord. Moreover, the great demon lord doesn't know you. This isn't normal. Mo Xiaoshuang smiled. I can answer your first question. That is, I don't hate humans. The demons here hate humans because they generally think that humans are weak. They think that humans are only fit to be their slaves. Humans in the demon realm are indeed weak. In this world, the strong are revered. Thus, humans are enslaved, just like how humans in other worlds enslave other races. I don't hate humans because I've been to the outside world. I know how big the sky is, and how terrifying the human experts in this world are. Saying so, she looked at Yi Xian and smiled. As for the second question, the great demon lord doesn't know me because his level isn't high enough. There are some levels that he can't touch. Low level. Yi Xian shook his head. Miss Xiaoshuang, I'm a little curious about your identity. Mo Xiaoshuang smiled. If you really want to know, I can tell you. Yi Xian looked at Mo Xiaoshuang. I want to know. Mo Xiaoshuang blinked. I'll tell you later. Yi Xian was speechless. Suddenly the space around them trembled. In the next moment, the space in front of them cracked open. The demon dragon suddenly sped up and transformed into a black ray of light that shot into the cracked space. It didn't take long for Yi Xian and the others to arrive at the surface of the sea. There was a small island floating on the surface of the sea. Yi Xian looked at the island. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoshuang smiled. Young Master Yi, we need a little help from you later. Yi Xian said. My cheap dad's sword energy is on this island, right? Mo Xiaoshuang glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. Yes. Yi Xian asked. As far as I know, He's not someone who likes to act casually. As he spoke, he looked at Emo Xiaoshuang. Emo Xiaoshuang smiled. Young Master Yi, don't misunderstand. There's no enmity between us and him. Conversely, we have to thank him. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Your main body is being suppressed there. Emo Xiaoshuang suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. At this moment, the smile on her face had vanished. Yi Xian smiled. I guessed. Emo Xiaoshuang shook her head and smiled. Young Master Yi, can you tell me how you guessed it? Yi Xian said. The experts by your side respect you very much, and they respect you from the bottom of their hearts. Such experts would absolutely not respect a weakling like that. In other words, you're definitely an extraordinary expert. Moreover, you haven't fought since we met. Especially on Devil Mountain. I asked you to sweep the mountain with your divine sense. But you didn't do that, and called for help instead. There are two explanations. The first is that you disdain to fight, and the second is that you're unable to. But I lean towards the second explanation. Because that white-robed old man by your side immediately moved closer to you when the Demon Lord appeared. Moreover, he's been constantly staring at the Demon Lord, and is ready to attack at any moment. So, you probably don't have any cultivation right now, right? Right at this moment. 4 people appeared on the back of the devil dragon. An old man with a sword, a man with a saber, an old man in black robes, and an old man in white robes. All 4 of them were at the mortal realm. At this moment, their gazes were converged onto Yi Xian. Emo Xiaoshuang suddenly laughed. What are all of you doing? If young master you wanted to harm me, he wouldn't have said all of that. He would have attacked directly. The 4 of them vanished silently. Emo Xiaoshuang gazed at Yi Xian, and her smile grew brighter. Young Master Yi, you've made me look at you in a different light. Yi Xian laughed. It was a blind guess. Emo Xiaoshuang roared with laughter. Then your guess is really accurate. Right at this moment, the white-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of Emo Xiaoshuang. The white-robed old man's expression was slightly unsightly. Master, the Cosmos God Court has arrived. Emo Xiaoshuang laughed. Who are they? The white-robed old man said in a deep voice. God official. He even brought the 36 ancient gods with him. The spirit palace might have come as well, but we can't find each other. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Damn it. Cleric. That fella who was known as the #1 expert under the laws of the Cosmos God Court? Was he crazy? Are they here to fuck me? Speaking to there, he seemed to think of something and looked at Emo Xiaoshuang with wide eyes, saying in disbelief, No, they're not here to do anything to me. They're here to beat you. Just who are you? P.S. Please vote. He was working hard to save the manuscript. Chapter 1592. At first, when Yi Xian heard the white-robed elder's words, his first thought was that the other party was here to kill him. But on second thought, that's not right. If they were here to kill him, this god official alone was enough. Was there a need to bring so many people? Moreover, he was currently ranked 36th on the Cosmos God Palace's wanted list. This ranking shouldn't be enough for a god official to attack him. Thinking of the white-robed elder's ugly expression, Yi Xian suddenly understood that the other party was not here to kill him, but to find Emo Xiaoshuang. But very quickly, Yi Xian's expression darkened. Now that he was with Emo Xiaoshuang, would the other party kill him as well? Of course, he was more curious about who this Emo Xiaoshuang was. To actually provoke the Cosmos God Court's god official personally. At this moment, Emo Xiaoshuang suddenly said, Young Master Yi, we have to hurry. With that, the demonic dragon beneath her feet suddenly sped up, and soon, the 2 appeared on the small island. Emo Xiaoshuang brought Yi Xian into the distance. Young Master Yi, let me explain to you now. You guessed correctly, the me you see now isn't my real body, and my real body is indeed suppressed here. The reason why your father suppressed it is because I asked him to help. Yi Xian was curious. You asked him to help? Emo Xiaoshuang nodded. Back then, I was too hasty in my cultivation, and I couldn't control the powerful energy in my body, so I could only ask him to suppress me here, and let me slowly control the energy in my body. In these 30,000 years, I have been able to control the energy in my body. But, with that, she shook her head and smiled. I can't break the sword chi left behind by his real body. Back then I was still a little too confident. I thought that once I controlled the energy in my body, I could destroy his sword chi and come out. But in the end, I found that I couldn't do it. I wanted to contact him, but I couldn't contact his real body. Until recently, his clone seemed to have appeared. Yi Xian said solemnly. He didn't ask me to help you. Mo Xiaoshuang smiled. Why would he? Isn't it good for me to take the initiative to find you and owe you a big favor? Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly understood. This might be the reason why his cheapskate father sent him here. This Mo Xiaoshuang was clearly not an ordinary person. If he could make her owe him a favor, it would definitely be a great thing. Mo Xiaoshuang continued. His sword energy shouldn't repel you. So, as long as you help me take away his sword energy, I'll be able to come out. Yi Xian said. It sounds very simple. Mo Xiaoshuang smiled and said. Indeed so. However, life is always full of surprises. As soon as she finished speaking, the sky in the distance suddenly split open. In the next moment, a middle-aged man appeared in the sky. The middle-aged man wore a black robe, and a mysterious demonic beast was embroidered on the robe. The demonic beast's face was ferocious, and its eyes were filled with hostility. Cleric, the number 2 character of the Cosmos God Court. Behind him were 36 people. All of them wore long black robes, and their figures were illusory. It was very strange, almost like shadows. 36 ancient gods. Yi Xian's expression instantly became unsightly when he saw them. He was unable to sense the cleric's strength, but he was able to sense that all 36 of them were actually at the mortal realm. Even though they weren't at the peak of the mortal realm like Xiao Dao and the others, it was still extremely terrifying. Mo Xiaoshuang gazed at the cleric and smiled. Cleric, I trust you've been well since we last met. The cleric gazed at Mo Xiaoshuang. I never expected that you'd been silent for so long. It wasn't because you were planning something big, but because your main body was suppressed. Mo Xiaoshuang roared with laughter. You only noticed it now? Aren't you very angry? The cleric shook his head. It isn't too late to notice it now. The corners of Mo Xiaoshuang's mouth curled up slightly. Is that so? The cleric gazed at Yi Xian. Calamity physique. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I'm a good person. The cleric gazed at Yi Xian. A good person can't be a calamity physique. Since he is, then he's definitely a sinner. Yi Xian shrugged. If that's what you say, then I have nothing else to say. The cleric nodded. You die and I die, so there's really nothing else to say. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed greatly, because the cleric's target wasn't Mo Xiaoshuang, but him. What the hell? At the instant the cleric attacked, the 36 ancient gods behind him suddenly attacked as well, and numerous mysterious experts had suddenly appeared in the surroundings of the island. However, these mysterious experts had only just appeared when they were stopped by the 36 ancient gods. At this instant, at least 70 mortal realm experts had appeared in the sky above the island. Of course, this wasn't the main point to Yi Xian. The main point was that the cleric had arrived. With his current strength, he was utterly unable to resist such a terrifying expert. If his cultivation wasn't sealed, then perhaps he would be able to put up a fight. But this damnable sword energy within his body still hadn't removed the seal. I'm doomed. This was the last thought that flashed through Yi Xian's mind at this moment. I've been tricked to death by this cheap old man. The aura of death. Once again he felt the aura of death. And this time, it was even more intense. Could he defeat it? Of course not. Although he knew that he couldn't defeat it, Yi Xian still didn't resign himself to death. That wasn't his style. Even if he died, he wouldn't wait for it, he would fight to the death. Yi Xian suddenly clenched his right hand, and then punched out. At the instant he punched out, there was only one thought left in his mind. Fight. No matter how strong his opponent was, even if he was stronger than the 3 swords, he still had to attack. It was one thing to fight, and another to not fight. This punch was similar to the sword of life and death, forgetting about life and death, not seeking to survive. Bang! With this punch, Yi Xian's right arm directly shattered, and at the same time, his entire body was directly sent flying. This time, he flew directly out of the island, and finally smashed heavily into the sea, splashing water in all directions. Yi Xian fell slowly, and his consciousness was gradually blurring. On the other side, the divine official didn't pursue Yi Xian, and he looked at Emo Xiaoshuang instead. Do you think you can save him? Emo Xiaoshuang had attacked just now. However, she hadn't attacked directly, and she'd only attacked at the instant Yi Xian was about to die. She'd grasped the timing very well. Emo Xiaoshuang smiled, and then her body gradually became illusory. That was the price she had to pay for attacking just now. This clone of hers could only resist the divine official once. The divine official turned around to look at Yi Xian, who'd fallen to the bottom of the sea. You want him to unseal you? Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. As he spoke, he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Emo Xiaoshuang suddenly said, Divine official, do you really think it's that simple? The divine official looked at Emo Xiaoshuang, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. You intentionally exposed your aura to draw me here. The corners of Emo Xiaoshuang's mouth curled up slightly. What else could I do? As she spoke, she turned around and looked towards a certain direction. That strand of sword energy. Your little master is about to be killed. Aren't you going to do something about it? A moment of silence ensued. A sword howl suddenly resounded, and then a strand of sword energy shot into the sky from afar and slashed directly at the divine official. When he saw this, the divine official's pupils constricted at the instant this strand of sword energy arrived, and then he suddenly placed his right hand before his chest. The heavens and the earth are protecting me. Bang! In an instant, the entire world seemed to have become one with him, and an illusory shield had appeared in front of him. This shield contained boundless energy of the heavens and the earth, and it was indestructible. Meanwhile, the strand of sword energy suddenly slashed onto the shield. Bang! In an instant, the entire world had become illusory, and then it was obliterated inch by inch. Meanwhile, the shield before the divine official suddenly split apart, and then the sword energy shot straight towards the divine official. The divine official's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene, and then he suddenly spread open his right hand and clenched it. Bang! He'd grabbed the strand of sword energy, but his body had instantly become illusory while the strand of sword energy still hadn't vanished. As he sensed his body grow more and more illusory, the divine official didn't dare hold back at all, and he slowly closed his eyes. Go! The space between his brows suddenly split apart, and then a tiny justice character suddenly flew out. Bang! The strand of sword energy was blasted over 1 kilometer away, and then the justice character forcefully resisted the strand of sword energy and didn't allow it to move an inch forward. Right at this moment, a formidable aura suddenly appeared on the isle, and then a woman floated up slowly. Emo Xiaoshuang. Emo Xiaoshuang took a deep breath after she floated up into the air, and then she smiled. The feeling of freedom. As she spoke, she gazed at the divine official and smiled. As expected of the divine official, you were actually able to resist this strand of sword energy. Amazing. There was a trace of fear in the divine official's eyes as he gazed at Emo Xiaoshuang. He wasn't afraid of Emo Xiaoshuang when he was at his peak, even if Emo Xiaoshuang was much stronger now. But the problem was that he wasn't at his peak right now. Even though he'd resisted that strand of sword energy for now, he'd been heavily injured. He was absolutely unable to defeat Emo Xiaoshuang in his current state. When he thought up to here, the divine official suddenly said, Retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, his body gradually turned illusory, and the surrounding experts of the Cosmos God Court retreated explosively. The people on Emo Xiaoshuang's side were about to give chase, but they were stopped by Emo Xiaoshuang. Everyone retreated to Emo Xiaoshuang's side, and then they knelt down on one knee. Their eyes were filled with fervor and excitement. Emo Xiaoshuang looked at the sky. As the divine official left, the justice character vanished along with him. As for that strand of sword energy, it stopped on the spot and didn't move again after losing its target. The corners of Emo Xiaoshuang's mouth curled up slightly. The divine official is in quite a sorry state this time. The justice character that you cultivated for so many years is gone just like that." As she spoke, she turned to look at the distant bottom of the river. At this moment, the surroundings were slowly vanishing, and so was the seawater. Mo Xiaoshuang raised her hand lightly, and Yi Xian slowly floated up from the bottom of the sea. Mo Xiaoshuang walked in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian wasn't dead, but his aura was extremely weak, and his body was in a terrible state. His entire body was split open, and his bones could be seen. Mo Xiaoshuang looked at Yi Xian, and just looked at him. Moments later, she placed her right hand on Yi Xian's forehead, and gradually countless fragmented images appeared in her mind, foreseeing the future. After a long time, Mo Xiaoshuang's eyes turned cold, and there was killing intent in them. Clearly, she had foreseen something bad. After a long time, Mo Xiaoshuang suddenly laughed. "I believe in fate, but I will not yield." As she spoke, she took out 2 white jade bottles and placed them on Yi Xian's chest. Then, she turned and left. "Pass down my orders. Get all the experts outside to return to Heaven's domain, and also declare war on the Cosmos God Court. CK them up." Very soon, Mo Xiaoshuang and company disappeared into the horizon. Not long after, Yi Xian suddenly heard the sound of footsteps behind him. Chapter 1593. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. As if he had thought of something, he looked at his right hand. His right hand had already recovered. Not only that, all the injuries on his body had also healed. Yi Xian immediately glanced around. He was in a bamboo house at the moment. The bamboo house was empty. Apart from a bed, there was nothing else in it. "What is this place?" Yi Xian frowned. He stood up and walked out of the house. Not far from the house, a woman was sitting on the ground. Her hair was very long. When she sat down, her hair touched the ground. The woman seemed to be carving something. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the woman suddenly said, "You're awake?" Yi Xian walked to the woman's side. At this moment he saw the woman's face. Very beautiful. The woman's beauty was enough to make countless men go crazy. In the woman's hand was a small wooden figurine that had yet to be carved. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the woman suddenly took out an uncarved wooden figurine and handed it to Yi Xian. She smiled sweetly. "Carve one according to my appearance." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian took the wooden figurine and started carving. During this time, the woman just looked at Yi Xian. Her eyes were as clear as water, with a trace of tenderness. Not long after, Yi Xian kept his carving knife. He blew on the sawdust and handed the wooden figurine in his hand to the woman. The wooden figurine had the appearance of a woman. It was lifelike and looked exactly like a woman. The woman looked at the wooden figurine for a long time. Suddenly she smiled. "So similar." Yi Xian asked, "Where's Miss Wushuang?" The woman gently stroked the wooden figurine. "She's gone." Yi Xian frowned. "Gone?" The woman nodded. Yi Xian looked at the woman. "You're not together with her?" The woman shook her head and smiled. "Not together? You don't seem to know who she is?" Yi Xian nodded. The woman smiled. "She's indeed called Mo Xiaoshuang. However, she's not an ordinary person. She's the current master of Heaven's sanctum. People call her the Great Demon King, Mo Xiaoshuang." Heaven's sanctum? Yi Xian was shocked. He had heard about this power from Mu Xiaodao. Currently, the Cosmos God Court had 2 extremely strong opponents. One was the Netherworld Hall, and the other was the Heaven Palace. He never expected Mo Xiaoshuang to be from Heaven's sanctum. At this moment, the woman suddenly smiled and said, "Do you still remember the moment when you almost died?" Yi Xian looked at the woman. The woman smiled and said, "Think back." Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Soon, the scene of the Grand Priest attacking him appeared in his mind. The aura of death. Yi Xian slowly clenched his fists. Gradually, an invisible force swept out from his body. In an instant, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of miles rippled like water. And this momentum was getting stronger and stronger. In the beginning, the space in this area rippled like water, but gradually, As the force grew stronger, the surrounding space began to undulate like waves. However, that force was still getting stronger. After an unknown period of time, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of miles suddenly cracked with a kacha. It was like a huge spider web. It was incomparably shocking. Yi Xian's right hand suddenly loosened. That force instantly surged back into his body like a tide. The surrounding space returned to normal. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. One must know that he had no cultivation at this moment. He didn't even have a sword. Moreover, he didn't even use his physical strength. As if he thought of something, he looked at the woman beside him. The woman smiled and said, "Force. Force of life and death." Yi Xian was slightly confused. "Force of life and death?" The woman nodded. "The Grand Priest is much stronger than you. Facing a situation of certain death, you didn't give up. Instead, you decisively punched out. That punch of yours was fearless, forgetting about life and death. And your aura at that moment was also very direct. At that instant, your aura directly changed. In other words, the force of life and death." "Force of life and death?" Yi Xian asked again. "Is it very useful?" The woman pointed to the sky. "Punch out." Yi Xian raised his hand and punched out. Boom. A huge hole appeared in the sky. Yi Xian was a little stunned. His punch just now was at least twice as strong as before. The woman smiled and said, "This is power. A person's aura is very important." Yi Xian turned around and looked at the woman. "Senior is?" The woman smiled and said, "You can call me Little Ku." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "I don't know you, but you know me, right?" Little Ku laughed. "I know the former you." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The former me?" Little Ku nodded. "Don't ask too much. There are many things that you don't know right now." As she said that, she raised her head and looked at the end of the horizon. "I can't stay here for too long, so what I can help you is limited." With that, she took out 2 white jade bottles and placed them in front of Yi Xian. "This is what Mo Xiaoshuang left for you. 1 bottle is beast blood. It can help you break through your fleshly body. The other bottle is for healing. It can help you repair your fleshly body." Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Little Ku laughed. "Don't ask. If I tell you something you don't know right now, you might die right away." Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I won't ask anymore." Little Ku laughed. "Swallow that beast's blood. I still have some time. I can protect you." Yi Xian picked up a white jade bottle and opened it, then drank it all in one gulp. Boom! As soon as he swallowed it, his body was immediately enveloped by a fiery red flame. Little Ku said, "This is the blood of the scarlet-footed golden crow beast. It is extremely precious, properly absorb the energy within the blood." Yi Xian nodded, calmed his mind, and began to absorb the energy in his body. Little Ku sat at the side. She picked up a piece of uncarved wood and began to carve. While carving, she would glance at Yi Xian from time to time. About an hour later, Yi Xian, who was in the distance, suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a powerful aura swept out from his body, and the surrounding space immediately began to ripple. Little Ku looked at Yi Xian. "Divine realm." Yi Xian nodded. His current physical body had reached the divine realm, but he knew that it was far from enough. This was because his current opponent was completely different from before. Little Ku suddenly said, "You cultivate a Dao body?" A trace of surprise flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. "You know about the Dao body too?" Little Ku nodded. This body refinement technique is indeed not bad, but the eternal realm should be its limit. Therefore, if you want your fleshly body to reach a higher level, you must return a body refinement technique. Yi Xian laughed bitterly. "No." The corner of Little Ku's mouth raised slightly. "I do." Yi Xian looked at Little Ku. "Why did you help me?" Little Ku shook his head and smiled. "Can I not ask?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right." Little Ku spread out his palm, and an ancient scroll appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian opened the ancient scroll, and the ancient scroll suddenly turned into a black light and entered between his eyebrows. Very quickly, countless information surged into his mind. Ancient martial body. The name of the cultivation technique that Little Ku gave him was called Ancient Martial Body, And the most terrifying part of this body refinement technique was its battle. If the battle reached a certain level, it could activate the ancient martial battle intent. An ancient martial battle intent that he didn't even know what it was. However, it seemed to be very powerful. Simply put, this ancient martial body would become stronger the more he fought, just like his mad demon blood vein. If he activated the mad demon blood vein, he should be able to instantly activate the ancient martial battle intent. At this time, Little K suddenly said, "This ancient martial battle intent is a type of ancient battle intent. If you cultivate this cultivation technique, if you can activate it, this battle intent will greatly increase your strength. It will greatly increase your strength." Saying that, she smiled slightly. "Believe me, it will surprise you." Yi Xian nodded. "Thank you very much." Little K smiled, then stood up. "Let's take a walk." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." The two of them walked towards a bamboo forest in the distance. On the way, Little K suddenly asked, "Do you know the laws of the universe?" Yi Xian nodded. "I know." Little K turned to look at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Do you know how terrifying the laws of the universe are?" Yi Xian shook his head. Little K looked into the depths of the sky. After a long silence, she said softly, "So far, there should only be 4 people who can defeat them. 3 of them are the 3 swords that are related to you." Yi Xian asked, "What about the other one?" Little K laughed. "A person who once had a lot to do with them." Yi Xian said, "The mysterious person in my body?" Little K looked at Yi Xian. "It seems that you know quite a bit." Yi Xian nodded. "I know a little about Dao Yi, but not much." Little K laughed. "You are right. As for those things in the past, I don't know much, and I can't investigate, and I don't dare to investigate. Matters that involve the laws of the universe are very difficult to investigate. What I want to tell you is to always be careful, because the laws of the universe are very strong, and the Cosmos God Court is not as simple as you think." As she said, she looked at Yi Xian. "Don't think that with those 3 swords, you will definitely win. Because in order to kill you, the laws of the universe will definitely do anything. Especially that number 1 law. She has yet to show herself. And the scariest thing is that she does not show herself. Because no one knows what she will do." Yi Xian nodded. "I know. He couldn't even defeat the Cosmos God Court. How could he dare to look down on the laws of the universe?" He didn't forget what Little Air had said, that the laws of the universe were hundreds of times stronger than hers. Perhaps it was an exaggeration, but he could tell that the laws of the universe were definitely extremely terrifying. Including now, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a random calamity, let alone the main body. Little K passed the carved wooden man in his hand to Yi Xian. "This is for you." Yi Xian looked at the wooden man, and it was exactly like him. He didn't refuse, and he put away the wooden man. And then he said, "Take care." Little K laughed. "Take care." As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to leave, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Will we meet again?" Little K laughed. "Yes. And very soon." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished. After she vanished, some sort of energy seemed to vanish in the surroundings. Yi Xian knew that it was the restriction that Little K had set up earlier, because he couldn't sense the outside world at all. On the spot, Yi Xian was silent for a long time, and he was about to leave. Right at this moment, the sky was suddenly torn apart, and in the next moment, a strand of sword qi appeared in front of him. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw that strand of sword qi. It's that green-clothed man's sword qi. Obviously, after Little K removed the restriction, the sword qi had sensed his existence. As Yi Xian gazed at the strand of sword qi before him, a thought suddenly arose in his mind. Even though my cultivation has been sealed, my body hasn't. In other words, I'm still a sword. Since I'm a sword, I'm definitely able to absorb sword qi. If I absorb this strand of sword qi, will I be able to directly break through the seal? That's the green-clothed man's sword qi. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian instantly became excited, and he didn't care too much about it. He directly grabbed the strand of sword qi and stabbed it towards his chest. Bang! Yi Xian's eyes opened wide. and his body started to crack inch by inch. Moreover, the vitality within his body was vanishing at an extremely fast speed. Yi Xian fell straight down, and only a single thought remained in his mind. It's over. I fucked myself to death. Chapter 1594. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he sensed the vitality within his body flowing away swiftly. I've gone too far. I've overestimated my sword physique. Of course, it's also because my sword physique has practically never failed. Actually, I was being impulsive just now. What level of expert is my father at? If I can even absorb my father's sword energy, then my sword physique is truly invincible. I'm done for. Suddenly, the sword energy within Yi Xian's body started trembling, and it didn't take long for the blood within him to start boiling. The undying bloodline. Yi Xian suddenly sat up. The seal has been broken. Meanwhile, a Xiaota suddenly floated out from within him, and then Xiaota's excited voice resounded. F***CK. 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 I'm finally out. Ah! Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota was clearly very excited, and he jumped about. Meanwhile, Yi Xian hurriedly said, Xiaota, quickly give me some violet energy. Because he noticed that relying solely on the undying bloodline wasn't enough to recover at all. Xiaota hurriedly stopped. He floated over to Yi Xian, and then countless strands of violet energy surged out from within him. Yi Xian instantly felt much better after he absorbed the violet energy. Meanwhile, Xiaota suddenly said, Young master, did you commit suicide to let me out? Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. Yes. Xiaota was slightly moved. Young master, you're really loyal. Yi Xian was speechless. Moments later, his body returned to normal. When his body returned to normal, his cultivation was once again sealed. Yi Xian was speechless when he witnessed this scene. He's basically refusing to allow me to utilize Swordsman's abilities, no matter what. I can only use my body. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly said, Xiaota, quickly give me Miss Aria's blood. He decided to improve his physical body. A long time ago, his physical body was his strongest trump card. But now, his physical body couldn't keep up with his realm and sword Dao cultivation. He had to improve it. A white jade bottle suddenly floated out from Xiaota's body. Yi Xian took the white jade bottle and opened it. Just as he was about to drink it, he seemed to have thought of something and stopped. His body was now at the god realm. Wouldn't it be a waste for his god realm body to drink this blood? Yi Xian thought about it, and put the bottle away. Aria's blood was definitely the most powerful beast's blood. He should at least wait until he reached the eternal realm before taking it. It was too wasteful to take it now. Yi Xian looked at Xiaota. Xiaota, can you ask Xiaonyu or Qiongqi to give me some beast blood? Xiaota thought about it and said, sure. A moment later, 2 white jade bottles appeared in front of Yi Xian. Xiaota said, this is Xiaonyu and Qiongqi's. Yi Xian nodded. He opened the white jade bottle and drank it. Boom! As the beast's blood entered his body, Yi Xian's body suddenly trembled. This time, Yi Xian didn't use the Taoist body cultivation method. Instead, he used the ancient warrior body cultivation method, because he found that this cultivation method was more powerful. After he operated the ancient warrior body cultivation method, a golden airflow suddenly appeared around him. The golden airflow entered his body, and then spread out from his body, constantly circulating. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian suddenly said, Xiaota, I want more blood. I want more. A moment later, 2 white jade bottles appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian directly opened the white jade bottle and drank it. Gradually, the golden airflow around Yi Xian increased. Another 2 hours passed. Yi Xian suddenly said anxiously, Xiaota, I want more blood. A moment later, a large basin suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The basin was full of blood. Yi Xian, Xiaota said. Brother Qiongqi said you should drink enough. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He directly picked up the basin and started drinking. As the beast's blood entered his body, the golden airflow around Yi Xian increased. Moreover, it was still transforming. The color was changing. There was a trace of red in the golden. And Yi Xian's aura was also getting stronger. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. As soon as he stood up, the golden airflow around him suddenly rushed back into his body. Boom! A powerful aura swept out from his body. In an instant, the space within tens of thousands of miles rippled like water. Physical strength. Eternal realm. After drinking countless beasts' blood, his physical body broke through again and reached the eternal realm. It was not easy, because breaking through to the eternal realm this time was more than several times more difficult than breaking through to the God realm. The further he went, the harder it was to improve his physical body. Very, very difficult. Now, if he wanted to break through to the Divine Way realm, Xianyou's blood was completely useless. Qiongqi's blood was still useful, but it was not very useful. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian took out Arya's blood. He still did not want to use it, because he knew that if he used it after he reached the Divine Way realm, Arya's blood was very likely to let him directly reach the Heavenly Way realm. It was still a bit wasteful to use it now. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked, Xiao Ta, do you still have Arya's blood? Xiao Ta said, No. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. Unfortunately, the Arya he saw before was not in her original body. If it was her original body, he could ask for some blood. After a while, Yi Xian put away the bottle of blood. He still decided not to use Arya's blood. He wanted to use Arya's blood after he reached the Eternal Realm. At this moment, the space in front of him suddenly split open. The next moment, 12 experts in black robes appeared in front of him. 12 devil envoys. The 12 of them did not waste any time, and directly rushed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not hesitate, and directly rushed out. His physical body had just broken through, and he wanted to have a good fight. As long as it was not a mortal realm expert, he was not afraid at all. If he encountered a mortal realm expert, he could still fight one. But if it was someone like Mu Xiaodao, then it would be a pain in the ass. Fortunately, the 12 people in front of him were not in the mortal realm, but only the peak of the Heavenly Way realm. Yi Xian did not care who they were. In any case, they did not come with good intentions, so he just had to fight. Very soon, a series of explosions resounded in the field. In an unknown mountain range, a woman was walking slowly. This woman was Tu. After walking for an unknown period of time, Tu suddenly stopped. There was a small cave in front of her. As she gazed at the cave in front of her, tears suddenly flowed down from her eyes. This was the place where Big Brother had died. Even though Tianming had been divided into 4 at the beginning, and all 4 of them had independent thoughts, their feelings for Big Brother were still there. Amongst them, Tianming's obsession was the deepest, and it was to the point that she didn't hesitate to annihilate all living beings in order to break through herself and save Big Brother by force. This was the reason why she hadn't stopped Tianming at that time, because in her heart, she hoped that Tianming would succeed as well. The 4 of them did not owe anything to the living beings in the world. Tu stood before the cave for 3 days and 3 nights, and the happy times of her childhood flashed through her mind. At dawn on the 4th day, a ray of sunlight descended onto the ground. Tu suddenly chuckled and said, From today onward, I won't practice the fist technique anymore. I won't drink wine as well. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. A sword seal with every step, a sword Dao with every seal. At this moment, Tu, who was once one of Tianming's disciples, had finally let go of the obsession in her heart. Because that little boy had grown up. He was alive. In the past, when Big Brother wasn't here, everything was meaningless to her, including the sword Dao. Therefore, she hadn't practiced the sword for hundreds of thousands of years. What was the point of practicing the sword? Meaningless. Because no matter how strong the sword was, there was no one to protect. Therefore, even when she attacked, she only used her fists. But now it was different. Big Brother was still alive. Everything was different now, including the sword Dao. In the distance, Tu's aura was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, her aura had already surpassed ordinary swords. However, the sword Dao aura was still getting stronger. When the existence of the sword had meaning, everything would be different. Outside the mountain range, Tu raised her head, and looked into the depths of the starry sky. Her eyes were cold. Cosmos God Court, I'm coming. As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of sword light shot into the sky and headed towards the depths of the starry sky. In the fifth dimension, in the starry sky, a woman looked down with a calm expression. She didn't seem to be thinking about anything. This person was Moon Yin. As a fifth dimension Tendo, when she returned to the fifth dimension, she felt extremely close. Extremely close. This was because she had grown up here, so she was incomparably familiar with everything here. And at this moment, the fifth dimension no longer had any fifth dimensional tribulations. In the current fifth dimension, everything was in order. No experts dared to destroy the heaven and earth spiritual chi. In this place, destroying the heaven and earth spiritual chi was a serious crime. The fifth dimension was getting better and better, and this place no longer needed her to protect. Because here, everything was fine. Nian looked at the five-dimensional universe for an entire day and night. On the second day, Nian suddenly stood up and smiled. I have to live for myself now. After saying this, she turned and left. The moment she took her first step, she broke through ordinary swords and reached above ordinary swords. Buzz! A sword cry suddenly resounded from the depths of the starry sky. In an instant, the entire fifth dimension was filled with countless sword cries. This was a response, and also a sign of submission. And after Nian reached above ordinary swords, her sword Dao aura was still rising crazily. At the same time, in the fifth dimension, a mysterious force suddenly shot into the sky and went straight into the depths of the starry sky. Then it surged towards Nian, a gift from the fifth dimension. In the starry sky, Nian slowly walked towards the depths of the starry sky. The smile on her face was very relaxed, unprecedentedly relaxed. She had protected the fifth dimension for countless years. She had lived for the fifth dimension all her life. And she had even almost sacrificed her life for the fifth dimension. But she did not regret it. And now, she had let go of the fifth dimension. She wanted to live for herself. Let go of her obsession. At this moment, Moon Yin suddenly stopped. She raised her head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. The corners of her mouth curled up. The fourth sword in the human world? No. I want to be the fourth strongest in the human world. Cosmos God Court, here I come. After saying this, she suddenly disappeared. And at the end of the distant starry sky, the space suddenly exploded. An array of sword light entered. P.S. Asking for votes. 1 vote per person. I will be the fifth. Chapter 1595. After the thought disappeared, the fifth dimension regained its calm. At this moment a woman appeared. Empress Zhuangweran. Zhuangweran looked at the distant starry sky with a trace of worry in her eyes. Undying Emperor Clan. Within the Undying Palace, Dongli Jing sat quietly. Not far from her were Dongli Zhan and Nanxing. Dongli Jing looked at the secret scroll in her hand. After a while she put it down. Are you sure? Nanxing nodded. Yes. Dongli Jing closed her eyes slowly. The secret scroll contained some information about the Cosmos God Court. There were many experts above the mortal realm in the Cosmos God Court. After a while, Dongli Jing said softly, the gap between us and the Cosmos God Court is not small. Nanxing nodded. Indeed. Fortunately, the Cosmos God Court has opponents too. One of them is the Nether Hall and Heaven's Sanctum. I have already sent people to contact them. Dongli Jing shook her head. The alliance is needed, but we also need to increase our strength. Our own strength is the way to go. As she spoke, she looked at Dongli Zhan. The ancestral hall is open to the public. Any clansman who is confident in themselves can enter to cultivate. Dongli Zhan nodded, sure. Dongli Jing added, focus on the youngsters with the undying bloodline. Dongli Zhan smiled. There is one thing. Those youngsters are interested in the position of young master. Dongli Jing said, I know they want to fight for the position. Tell them that the family won't stop them from fighting for it. When the young lord returns, they can all challenge him. As long as they defeat the young lord, they will be the next young lord. Dongli Zhan smiled. You are very confident in him. Higashi Yasushi nodded. I've noticed a problem. This kid's opponents are all abnormal. His opponents are several levels higher than him. If you put him in the same level, you'll realize that there aren't many who are more outstanding than him. He is always fighting several levels higher than him. Nanxing nodded. With the young master's current strength, no one in the younger generation of the Undying Emperor clan is his match. Of course, I don't know if he will improve in the demon region. Dongli Jing asked. Can you contact him? Nanxing shook his head. We haven't built a star field teleportation array, so we can't go to the demon area. Thus, we can't contact him. Higashi Yasushi asked. What about the Cosmos God Court? Nanxing said solemnly. The Cosmos God Court should have gone to find him. Those Master Yen of the Cosmos God Court had built a star domain teleportation array before. They can head to the Devil region anytime they want. Higashi Yasushi furrowed his brows. If that's the case, then he's not in a particularly good situation right now. Nanxing nodded. Higashi Yasushi remained silent. Nanxing said, We can't help him for now. What we can do now is to increase the strength of our people as soon as possible. Higashi Yasushi said softly. It's not enough to just open the ancestral shrine. We need top-notch experts. She fell silent for a moment before she said, Hand over the ancestral blood. Ancestral blood. Hearing this, the expressions of the two people in the hall changed. This ancestral blood was the blood left behind by the Undying Imperial clan's ancestor. It was able to greatly increase the bloodline of the Undying Imperial clan. Throughout history, only the Undying Imperial clan's clan chief had the qualifications to use it. Even the Undying Imperial clan's clan chief could only obtain a single drop every 100 years. Dong Lijian hesitated for a moment before he said, I support you. However, those two old fogies guarding the ancestral blood. A cold glow flashed through Higashi Yasushi's eyes. It's related to the survival of the clan, so how can it be restricted by the clan's rules? I'll go talk to those two old fogies. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up and left. Dong Lijian spoke abruptly. What if they refuse? Higashi Yasushi didn't even turn around. If they dare to refuse, then I dare to kill them. Ajan, call for reinforcements. If they dare to refuse, then I'll kill them today. This chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page. Those two old fogies will send them off to their deaths. Nanxing broke out in cold sweat. The patriarch of the clan was slightly mad. Those two old fogies were the strongest experts in the clan, and they possessed such high statuses that even Higashi Yasushi had to address them respectfully as great-grandfathers. Dong Lijian suddenly started laughing. Nanxing gazed at Dong Lijian, and Dong Lijian gazed off into the distance, while a trace of complicated emotions flashed through his eyes. I accept her as the patriarch. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and left. Nanxing remained silent within the hall. Actually, Dong Lijian had almost become the patriarch all those years ago. But in the end, it was still Higashi Yasushi. The reason was very simple. Because Yasushi had obtained the support of the successive patriarchs of the Undying Imperial clan. The successive patriarchs of the Undying Imperial clan really weren't pushovers, and they were all overlords of their own territories, including the previous generation. However, the previous patriarch had offended someone he shouldn't have. In an unknown mountain range, two women were walking slowly. These two people were Miss Ding and Enlancio. They already knew about the matters of the Undying Imperial clan, so they weren't looking for the azure-clothed man, but for someone else. Right at this moment, Miss Ding suddenly stopped, and she gazed into the distance. We're here. Enlancio raised her head and looked over. There was a small village not too far away. The village was built against a mountain, and there was a dense bamboo forest on both sides. Next to the bamboo forest was a clear river. The two women continued forward. When they approached the village, a middle-aged man appeared before them. The middle-aged man gazed coldly at the two women and didn't speak. At this moment, a voice sounded out from within the village. Let them in. Hearing this, the middle-aged man turned around and bowed respectfully before retreating to the side. The two women continued forward. After entering the village, Enlancio glanced at the surroundings. There were some villagers here, and their oars were extremely strong. Right at this moment, Miss Ding stopped. Not too far away from them sat a woman, and there was a large blade by the woman's side. Miss Ding bowed slightly. Ancestor. Ancestor. And Lancia was stunned. The woman looked at Miss Ding and smiled. You're calling me ancestor? Miss Ding nodded. I'm his woman, so I naturally should call you ancestor. The woman laughed. Indeed. Is there something you need from me? The woman nodded. He has a son. The woman frowned. From the Yang clan? The woman nodded. An authentic mad demon blood demon. The woman looked at Miss Ding. State your purpose. Miss Ding said. He's being targeted by the Cosmos God Court, and his situation isn't good. The woman shook her head. With his father around, the Cosmos God Court can't do anything to him. Miss Ding said. Universe laws. Hearing this, the woman frowned. Universe laws? How did he offend the universe laws? Miss Ding said. He has a calamity body. As she spoke, she told the woman about the matter between Yi Xian and the Cosmos God Court. Moments later, the woman squinted her eyes, and a cold light flickered in her eyes. He's also Tian Ming's brother? Miss Ding nodded. The woman smiled. You should know the grudge between me and Tian Ming. Miss Ding nodded again. The woman looked at Miss Ding. Then why are you telling me this? Miss Ding looked straight at the woman. He's the son of the Yang clan, and your blood is the same. As for Tian Ming, this is a matter between our clan, and has nothing to do with Tian Ming. What do you think? The woman looked at Miss Ding for a long time before smiling. You really know how to talk. Miss Ding bowed slightly. Ancestor, the Yang clan has already split. Whether we can unite or not will depend on this. Even though it's not easy to talk to his father, that little fellow is easy to talk to. If he's willing to acknowledge his ancestors, does it matter if his father doesn't? As she spoke, she turned and left with Enlancio. On the spot. This chapter has yet to end. Please flip the page. The woman remained silent. The Yang clan split. Actually, the green-robed man did not acknowledge his ancestors. He only acknowledged Yang Wudi, but did not acknowledge the Yang clan. Because of this, even though the green-robed man defied the heavens and changed his bloodline, the Yang clan did not receive any benefits, because he did not acknowledge it. Because of this, the Yang clan's bloodline did not advance. Because the green-robed man never acknowledged himself as a Yang clan member. He only acknowledged that he was Yang Wudi's son. It could be said that the Yang clan now had two branches. One was her branch, and the other was the green-robed man's branch. Acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan. The woman slowly closed her eyes. Actually, she did not really want to return to the Yang clan back then, because she had been imprisoned by Tian Ming for so many years. The Yang clan was already very unfamiliar to her. But there was no way. Apart from the green-robed man, the rest of the Yang clan's descendants were really too miserable. They were almost exterminated. And the green-robed man did not acknowledge himself as a Yang clan member. She had no choice but to care. Because if she did not care, the Yang clan would really be gone. Actually, she also hoped that the green-robed man could acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan. But she knew that this was very difficult. That man's temper was not ordinary. Want him to acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan? Unless Yang Wudi was resurrected. Otherwise, there was no chance. At this time, a middle-aged man walked to the woman's side and bowed slightly. Ancestor. The woman said, Speak. The middle-aged man said, That lady is right. It is not easy to talk to a father. We can start with the son. If that little fellow is willing to acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan, I am willing to immediately give up the position of patriarch. The woman was silent for a long time. Then she smiled and said, Fine. Then we will start with the son. As she spoke, she picked up the large saber beside her. I will go meet this Cosmos God Court. After saying that, she directly disappeared into the horizon. On the other side, in the starry sky, Miss Ding and Enlancio were flying. Enlancio asked, Aunt Ding, where are we going now? Miss Ding looked into the distance and said softly, We are looking for a heavyweight. Enlancio was a little curious. Who? Miss Ding's lips curled up. A fellow that even his father is afraid of. His father is only afraid of two people in his life. One is Sister Qingshi and the other. As she said this, she did not speak further. Devil Domain. Yi Xian was still fighting with the 12 devil envoys. The battle was growing more and more intense. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly blasted a devil envoy flying with a punch, and that devil envoy was sent flying 3 kilometers away. The other devils looked at Yi Xian with slight fear. At this moment, they noticed that this human's physical body was extraordinarily abnormal. Moreover, he grew stronger as he fought. After he blasted that devil envoy flying with a punch, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he felt that his body was filled with strength. Boundless and boundless strength. Yi Xian suddenly roared with laughter. He raised his head and looked towards the depths of the starry sky, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. The invincible me has returned. His voice rumbled like thunder, and it shook the sky. Right at this moment, an enormous blood-colored cloud suddenly appeared in the starry sky, and then a blood-colored bolt of lightning shot down from the sky. Below, a wisp of ferocity flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. Do you think I will fucking run? No. Misfortune laws. Today, I will fucking tell you who the real daddy is. As he spoke, he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground and shot into the sky, and then he blasted his fist towards the blood-colored bolt of lightning. Bang! The sky suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, a figure crashed down from the sky and smashed heavily into the ground. It was Yi Xian. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian, who was covered in blood, crawled up from the deep hole in the ground, and then he ran without looking back. Moreover, he ran but naked. End of this chapter. Chapter 1596. Yi Xian ran very quickly. After all, his physical body was much stronger than before. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression was somewhat ugly. This time his acting had failed. He still couldn't beat this calamity. Just now, his physical body had directly split open. It was too terrifying. According to his estimations, not to mention his current physical body, even a divine valiant realm physical body wouldn't be able to withstand this lightning. At this moment, a bolt of divine lightning suddenly struck down from above his head. Yi Xian's expression changed, and he hurriedly leaped away. Bang! Just as he left, a blood lightning landed, and the ground turned into a huge abyss, so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. Yi Xian jumped in fright, and immediately sped up, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. However, that calamity didn't disappear and was still following him. Moreover, the number of blood-red threads around his body was increasing. The 12 demonists didn't dare to chase anymore. That blood lightning had almost killed them. Yi Xian could withstand it because his physical body was strong. They didn't have such strong physical bodies. The 12 demonists were silent for a moment before turning to leave. They realized that the 12 of them couldn't do anything to this human. He was like a turtle too damn good at taking beatings. Yi Xian ran all the way. His target was the Order Hall of the Cosmos God Court, because there might be a starfield transfer array leading to the 9 dimensions. However, he didn't know where the Order Hall of the Cosmos God Court was. He had to ask. Yi Xian directly arrived at Demonic City. Just as he arrived, the entire Demonic City was shocked, because that calamity had also followed him. After Yi Xian entered Demonic City, Vast Ming immediately brought a group of people to block Yi Xian. Vast Ming stared at Yi Xian. What are you doing here? Actually, he was no longer chasing after Yi Xian, because that mysterious force from back then had made him afraid. Yi Xian blinked and didn't speak. At this moment, a blood lightning suddenly descended from the sky. Seeing this, Vast Ming and the rest's expressions changed. He said angrily, "Block it." However, no one blocked it. Everyone retreated rapidly. Vast Underworld also hurriedly retreated. But Yi Xian's speed was even faster, and he had already run thousands of feet away. The blood lightning descended. Boom! The entire demonic city shook violently. Dust and smoke rose into the sky from below. Some of the demonic city's experts who were slow to react were directly turned into ashes. There were even some divine valiant realm experts among them. Forget about divine defense realm powerhouses. Even Heaven Defense Realm powerhouses were trash in front of this Shuele. The expressions of all the experts in the surroundings had changed. This blood lightning was too terrifying. That firmament Ming also felt a lingering fear. If he had been a little slower just now, he would have been dead. Because he absolutely couldn't withstand the blood lightning. Seeming to have thought of something, Ming Song suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said angrily, "You were the one who brought him here." Yi Xian glanced at the blood-red clouds in the sky, and then he said, "I want 10 billion top-grade devil crystals, 1,000 divine artifacts at the Heaven's Might Realm, and 10,000 divine artifacts at the Divine Might Realm. I want all kinds of top-grade healing pills and spirit treasures. All of you quickly go prepare them." All the demons here were infuriated when they heard this. Ming Song stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Are you trying to rob us?" Yi Xian gazed at Ming Song and said seriously, "Am I that sort of person? I'm borrowing. I'll return it in the future." Ming Song stared at Yi Xian, while his eyes didn't conceal his killing intent at all. Right at this moment, Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, he charged towards Ming Song and the others. Ming Song and the others were just about to attack, when a bolt of blood-red lightning suddenly descended from the sky. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. All of them immediately turned around and fled. Bang! A bolt of divine lightning descended, and some of the experts from the demonic race, who were slow to react, were instantly obliterated. The divine lightning struck the ground, causing the entire ground to explode apart, while countless strands of dust and dirt swept into the sky. A few more bolts of divine lightning would practically obliterate the entire city. After Yi Xian avoided the bolt of divine lightning, he gazed at Ming Song and hurriedly said, "Quickly go prepare them. Otherwise, I won't leave today. I won't leave." The expressions of the other demonic race experts were unsightly to the extreme when they heard this. Especially Ming Song. "Damn it! This human is here to rob us." Meanwhile, an old demonic race expert suddenly spoke fiercely. "Human, do you really intend to take us down with you? This chapter isn't finished. Please continue to the next page." "Is that so?" Yi Xian gazed at the old demonic race expert and smiled. "I think it's worth it to trade one for all of them." The old demonic race expert was speechless. Ming Song suddenly spoke fiercely. "Human, my devil dimension won't compromise with you. Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian charged towards them once more. At the same time, a bolt of blood-red lightning suddenly descended from the sky, and then the entire sky became illusory. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene, because the might of the blood-red lightning had become stronger. It was at least 2 times stronger than before. Yi Xian turned around and fled thousands of feet away in a flash. The blood-red lightning descended. Bang! Over a dozen God-rank realm experts from the devil dimension were obliterated, and the entire city started seething when the blood-red lightning descended into the city, before it collapsed inch by inch. Ming Song, who'd just escaped calamity, turned extremely pale when he witnessed this scene, and his mind was buzzing. Right at this moment, the blood-red clouds in the sky suddenly started to rumble with lightning. At the same time, a strand of extremely terrifying pressure swept down. When they sensed the pressure, the fear in the eyes of the experts from the devil dimension transformed into terror. The might of the blood-red lightning within the blood-red clouds had grown even stronger. How could anyone resist it? Yi Xian gazed at the blood-red clouds in the sky. Actually, he was slightly panicked at this moment. He noticed that the blood-red lightning was growing more and more terrifying. Fortunately, it wasn't especially swift, otherwise, he would have been transformed into ash by now. Ming Song turned around to look at Yi Xian with scarlet-red eyes. "Are you leaving or not?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I'm not leaving." Ming Song spoke fiercely. "Do you really intend to take me down with you?" Yi Xian said angrily. "Motherfucker. Give me a little more. I'll lose face if you don't give me a little." Ming Song said furiously. 1 billion devil crystals. Yi Xian glared angrily at Ming Song. 1 billion? Do you think I'm a beggar? Ming Song stared fixedly at Yi Xian. 2 billion. Yi Xian shook his head. 5 billion devil crystals. 1,000 heaven-ranked divine treasures, and 10,000 divine-ranked divine treasures. Not a single one less. Ming Song slowly clenched his fists while the killing intent, in his eyes, seemed material. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the sky. Once this bolt of lightning descends, Devil City will vanish from this world. Ming Song slowly closed his eyes. Being robbed like this was simply an extraordinary humiliation to the Devil Dimension. It was a humiliation of the Devil Dimension. This human is too fucking much of a bully. When he thought up to here, Ming Song decided to fight to the death. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "I'm borrowing. Borrowing. I can write an IOU." As he spoke, he hurriedly tore off a corner of his clothes and wrote an IOU. After he finished writing the IOU, he tapped it lightly, and it flew over to Ming Song. As he gazed at the IOU, the killing intent in Ming Song's eyes lessened greatly. If I'm borrowing, then it doesn't seem to be too embarrassing. There's a difference between borrowing and seizing. Ming Song was slightly hesitant. Perish together? It isn't worth it. It would be such a loss if a group of devils were to perish together with a human. Moreover, there was an extraordinary spirit vein here. If this spirit vein was destroyed, then the Devil Dimension would fall into decline in the future. When he thought up to here, the killing intent in Ming Song's eyes lessened. Right at this moment, an enormous vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and a terrifying bolt of blood-red lightning was condensing within the vortex. Yi Xian and Ming Song's expressions became unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Ming Song stopped thinking and hurriedly tapped with his finger, causing over 10 spatial rings to fly over to Yi Xian. "Human, I'm lending these to you. Understand?" Yi Xian didn't even spare them a glance before he put them away, and then he said, "How do I get to the enforcement hall of the Cosmos Divine Court?" Ming Song tapped with his finger, and a teleportation stone descended in front of Yi Xian. "Quickly fuck off. Leave now." Yi Xian took the teleportation stone and crushed it. Bang! Yi Xian vanished on the spot. Moreover, the blood-red clouds in the sky vanished along with him. Ming Song and the others instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw this scene. If that bolt of blood-red lightning had descended, then the Devil Dimension would really be gone. Ming Song's face sank as he gazed at the IOU. Borrow? Would that fellow return it? Yi Xian had just appeared in the sky when an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped him. This chapter isn't finished. Please continue to the next page. Subsequently, a bolt of blood-red divine lightning descended from the sky. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Xiaota, can you help me take it?" Xiaota hurriedly said, "Young master, my body is weak. I can't take it." Yi Xian. At this moment Xiaota suddenly said, "Little cow, help me take it." As he spoke, Little Cow was directly thrown out of the pagoda by Xiaota. Little Cow was slightly stunned. Xiaota hurriedly said, "Good brother. I'll put in a good word for you the next time I see Little White. I'll ask her to help you improve." Little Cow looked at Xiaota, and his eyes lit up. "Really?" Xiaota nodded. "Really?" Little Cow was instantly filled with energy. He stomped his right foot on the ground and shot into the sky. He went head-on against that bolt of blood-red lightning. Bang! In the sky, that bolt of blood-red lightning shook violently, and then Little Cow smashed into the ground. Bang! The ground below directly exploded open, turning into a huge deep pit. In the deep crater, Little Cow wailed, "Xiaota, you tricked me. Xiaota." Yi Xian glanced at Little Cow. At this moment Little Cow was in a bad state. Its scales were cracked, and its body was covered in blood. It could not take it either. In the deep crater, Little Cow kept wailing, "I'm not playing anymore." Yi Xian hurriedly asked Xiaota to keep Little Cow in the pagoda. At this moment, that bolt of blood-red lightning was already above his head. He took a deep breath and shot into the sky. Bang! As soon as he flew up, he fell. Yi Xian directly smashed into the deep crater where Little Cow had been. The ground within tens of thousands of miles collapsed, and countless mountains turned into dust. In the huge crater, Yi Xian was lying on his stomach, motionless. He felt that all the bones in his body were broken. He could not take it. That bolt of divine lightning still fell straight down. Just as he was about to enter the deep crater, Xiao Ta suddenly appeared above his head. Bang! That bolt of blood-red lightning directly hit Xiao Ta's body. However, Xiao Ta forcefully withstood that bolt of blood-red lightning. Xiao Ta wailed. Young master, quickly run. I can't hold it for long. In the deep crater, Yi Xian turned around and looked at the sky. His gaze suddenly became somewhat blank. Why did his father seal his cultivation? What was it for? Training? That must be part of the reason. However, there must be a more important reason. Otherwise, when he reached the ordinary sword realm, the seal should have been removed. What was the reason? As if he thought of something, Yi Xian sat up. Seal. He realized a problem. Why didn't he take the initiative to break this seal? In the beginning he tried but he failed. However, after he failed he gave up. Moreover, he thought that it was absolutely impossible to break the seal. Why? Because the person who set up this seal was the man in green, the invincible man. At this moment, he realized that other than relying on the 3 swords, there was another problem. He thought that the 3 swords were undefeatable. He had trapped himself in a circle. Everyone thought that the 3 swords were undefeatable, including Yi Xian. Therefore, even though the man in green had only left behind a strand of sword energy, he still thought that it was undefeatable and unbreakable. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood. It wasn't the man in green's sword energy that sealed him. It was he who sealed himself. At this point, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He opened his palm, and a sword suddenly appeared. The mind sword. This time, the sword didn't disappear. At this moment, the strand of sword energy inside Yi Xian's body suddenly floated out of his body. The sword energy trembled slightly and slowly. The sword energy transformed into a man. The man in green. The man in green looked at Yi Xian with a trace of relief on his face. As if he thought of something, the man in green raised his head and looked at the blood-colored clouds. Scram! The sky was silent for a moment. Then the blood-colored clouds suddenly disappeared. P.S. Tickets, how many do you want? 1 ticket is also love. I realized that many readers read silently, vote silently, reward silently and don't speak. To be honest, you can make an appearance. Otherwise, I think no one has read my book. After reading it, just make an appearance. End of this chapter. Chapter 1597. Along with the disappearance of the blood-colored cloud, the entire sky returns to its original calmness. Xiao Ta slowly descends. The green gown man opens his palm, and Xiao Ta appears in his hand. Xiao Ta weakly says, Master. The green gown man smiles. Thank you for your hard work. With that, he sends Xiao Ta in front of Yi Xian. It has accompanied me through countless hardships. Now, let it accompany me. Yi Xian keeps Xiao Ta and looks at the green gown man. Has the seal been removed? The green gown man shakes his head and smiles. To remove it, you must defeat me. Yi Xian suddenly draws his sword and slashes. This sword is the strongest sword he has ever used, because he is now above the common sword. However, this terrifying sword is directly clamped by 2 fingers. The green gown man looks at Yi Xian and smiles. Sneak attack? That's my style. With that, his 2 fingers lightly vibrate. Boom! Yi Xian is directly shaken hundreds of feet away. The moment he stops, his body directly cracks. It should be said that his body did not recover at all. But fortunately, his undying blood meridian is no longer suppressed. Under the recovery of the undying blood meridian, his body begins to recover at a very terrifying speed. After a while, his body has returned to normal. The green gown man looks at Yi Xian and slightly nods his head and smiles. This undying blood meridian is really good. It is indeed worthy to be ranked 3rd among the many blood meridians. Yi Xian is a little surprised. 3rd? Isn't it 2nd? The green gown man shakes his head. It is only 3rd. Yi Xian is a little confused. Then what blood meridian is ranked 1st? The green gown man smiles. Naturally, it is our family's Mad Demon Blood Meridian. Mad Demon Blood Meridian. Yi Xian blinks his eyes. 1st? The green gown man nods. Anyway, until now, I have never seen a blood meridian more powerful than ours. Yi Xian asked. Then what's the 2nd-ranked bloodline? The green-clothed man said softly. It is a bloodline that is even more special than the undying bloodline. It is very strange. If there is a chance in the future, I will see it. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Continue. Yi Xian nodded. He directly disappeared from where he was. In the distance, the green-robed man used his finger as a sword and pointed forward. Boom! A wave of sword light shattered, and Yi Xian retreated 10,000 zhang away along with his sword. Yi Xian looked at the green-robed man. I don't think I can beat him. The green-robed man shook his head. You can't rely on your feelings. You have to try anything. If you don't try, you'll never know if you can do it. Yi Xian nodded. All right. After saying that, he suddenly disappeared. Sword of life and death. At this moment, he was serious. In the distance, the azure-robed man pointed a finger. Boom! Yi Xian was sent flying again, but in the next moment he rushed out again. Each sword was stronger than the last. Although he was repelled every time, Yi Xian became more and more excited as he fought. This was because he had just reached the mortal sword realm and wanted to have a good fight. He would treat it as practice. In an unknown star field, in the deepest part of this star field, there was an island floating. On the island there was a hall. Cosmos Divine Court. This was the headquarters of the Cosmos Divine Court. And this star field was the Cosmos Divine Court star field. In the Cosmos Divine Court's hall, there was only one person. It was the god official. The god official sat at the side, seemingly waiting for someone. After an unknown period of time, a woman walked into the hall. Wuke. After Wuke walked into the hall, he sat opposite the god official. Both of them. There was no reply. At this moment, an old man walked into the hall. After entering the hall, he glanced at the two people in the hall, then walked to the side and leaned against a pillar. He did not choose to sit. This was because the two seats closest to the front were occupied. Whether he sat on the left or the right, he was inferior. Other than the laws of the universe and the God Master, who was qualified to sit above him, the undying old man. He was the person who had lived the longest in the Cosmos Divine Court. It was said that he had been bestowed a word by the laws of eternal life, so he had an extremely long lifespan. It could be said that the history of the Cosmos Divine Court was not as long as his. No one knew how strong he was, but one could imagine the strength of a person who could live for so long. At this moment, two people walked in. It was a man and a woman. The man was wearing a black robe and held a sword, while the woman was wearing a black robe and held a blade. After the two walked into the hall, they glanced at the god official and Wu Ke. They did not sit, but walked to another pillar and stood. Yin Yang Saint Envoy. The two had reached the mortal realm hundreds of thousands of years ago, which was the breaking mortal realm. Now they were even more unfathomable. In the Cosmos Divine Court, one was number 1 in the Blade Dao, while the other was number 1 in the Sword Dao. At this moment, another old man walked in. The old man was wearing a black robe. His entire body exuded an eerie aura, and his hands were as thin as bones. Undead God Monarch. He was in charge of the undead in a star field, and he had the most subordinates in the Cosmos Divine Court. Actually, the Dead Soul star field was almost destroyed by the Cosmos Divine Court back then, because the undead under the Undead God Monarch were too many. Anyone killed by the Undead God Monarch, no matter how strong, would become an undead and be restricted by him. Therefore, the Dead Souls star field was very terrifying back then, and it even wanted to destroy the Cosmos Divine Court. However, the laws of the universe appeared and conquered the Dead Souls star field. No one knew which universal law appeared, but they knew that the Dead Souls star field was now under the control of the Cosmos Divine Court. At this moment, everyone in the hall frowned at the same time, and they all looked towards a corner in the distance. There was a little girl squatting there. The little girl looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old, and her hair was a little long. Her hair covered half of her face, so only the left side of her face could be seen. Her chin was resting on her knees, and in her hands was a little wooden doll that looked exactly like her. When they saw the little girl, the expressions of all the experts in the hall changed subtly. Even Wu Ke and the god official had a hint of caution in their eyes. This little girl was the most terrifying assassin in the history of the Cosmos Divine Court. The god of assassins. She didn't have a name, or rather, no one knew what her name was. And she was the second oldest person in the Cosmos Divine Court. The little girl was very special. In the Cosmos Divine Court, even the god masters wouldn't forcefully control her. Other than her terrifying assassination ability, there was another reason. And that was that this little girl was adopted by the first god master of the Cosmos Divine Court. Adopted by the founder of the Cosmos Divine Court. However, for some unknown reason, she always looked like a little girl. And her mind had always been that of a little girl. No one knew, and no one dared to ask. Even the undying old man, who had lived the longest, was extremely afraid of this little girl, and never provoked her. This was because once she assassinated someone, it was simply too terrifying. Unfortunately, the Cosmos Divine Court couldn't order her directly. Otherwise, with her terrifying assassination ability, the people on the Cosmos Divine Court's wanted list would have been long dead. No one expected that this little girl would actually come. At this moment, another person walked into the hall. It was a lady in a white robe. Master Yen. The only legendary master speech of the Cosmos Divine Court, Yen Xiaoxiao. She was the one who built the transfer arrays between the various starfields. And she only had this ability. Only she had this ability. And she wasn't just a legendary master speech. She was also a legendary array master, legendary rune master, legendary blacksmith, legendary pill master. She was omnipotent. In the Cosmos Divine Court, she was the most popular. After Yin Xiaoxiao entered the hall, everyone in the hall nodded towards her. Facing everyone's greetings, Yin Xiaoxiao nodded slightly as a response. Then, she sat beside Wu Ku, picked up a thick ancient book, and started reading. At this moment, two ladies walked into the hall. The guardians of the universe, Ma Yi and Mu Xiaodao. Seeing Mu Xiaodao, everyone in the hall instantly felt a headache. In terms of strength, Mu Xiaodao wasn't as strong as some of the people in the hall. However, everyone in the hall, including the God Master of the Cosmos Divine Court, didn't dare to underestimate her. This was because she was the guardian of the universe. She was personally chosen by the laws of the universe. Moreover, the guardians of the universe had an ultimate life-saving method, which was to borrow the power of the laws of the universe. It could be said that if they went all out, they would be able to fight against anyone here. Of course, no one was willing to fight against them. They were equivalent to the representatives of the laws of the universe. Wouldn't fighting against them be going against the laws of the universe? Mu Xiaodao glanced at everyone in the hall and smiled. Hello everyone. No one responded. Mu Xiaodao walked in front of the god official. The god official hesitated for a moment before standing up. Miss Mu, sit. As he spoke, he walked to the side. He didn't want to offend this woman. This woman was too terrifying when she was reckless. Mu Xiaodao didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. She glanced at everyone and said, I just returned from the Devil Domain. I can tell you a piece of news. That Yi Xian's cultivation has been sealed. The god official nodded. His cultivation has indeed been sealed. However, he isn't worthy of so many of us targeting him. We gathered here today for another purpose. Mu Xiaodao shook her head. That fellow isn't simple. I feel that if you really want to deal with him, it's best that everyone goes to the Devil Domain now, and deal with him together. He will definitely die. Everyone in the hall shook their heads. Even though Yi Xian possessed the constitution of disaster, he was only ranked 36th on the wanted list, so he wasn't worthy of them making a move against him. Mu Xiaodao shook her head and sighed. We're giving him a chance, the god official said. The reason we gathered here today is to deal with the Nether Pavilion and the Great Demon King, Mo Xiaoshuang. Mu Xiaodao spoke indifferently. I suggest we kill Yi Xian first. Wu Ke glanced at Mu Xiaodao and remained silent. On the other side, the undying old man suddenly said, Miss Mu, do you think that Yi Xian poses a greater threat than the Nether Pavilion and the Great Demon King, Mo Xiaoshuang? Mu Xiaodao nodded. I think so. The undying old man shook his head with a smile and remained silent. Everyone in the hall remained silent as well. Meanwhile, the god official spoke abruptly. Miss Mu is right. We really can't allow Yi Xian to grow. When I saw Yi Xian, his cultivation was sealed, and his body was at the Unity Realm. As he spoke, he glanced at the hall. Who's willing to deal with him? No one in the hall responded. A Unity Realm wasn't worthy of them taking action. At this moment, the undying old man suddenly said, I feel that everyone in the hall isn't suitable. Kill a Unity Realm. Won't we be laughed at by others? Let the younger generation of the Divine Palace do it. We can also train them. In any case, Yi Xian is in the Devil Domain, and the Undying Emperor clan can't help him. Without a backer, he's just an ant. Hearing this, everyone in the hall nodded in agreement. At the side, Mu Xiaodao lay on a chair and shook her head. I want to change teammates. At this moment, she wanted to rely on Yi Xian. Chapter 1598. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao felt very helpless. She was very clear about Yi Xian's natural talent, and his speed of improvement could only be described as terrifying. Most importantly, this guy had 3 extremely terrifying backers behind him. The Cosmos Court didn't know much about the 3 swordsmen, but she didn't. She had dealt with 2 of the swordsmen, and she knew how terrifying those 2 swordsmen were. Even though those 2 swordsmen were restrained by the laws of the universe, she wasn't sure if the laws of the universe could restrain them. Suddenly, Yan Xiaoxiao spoke. You should listen to Miss Mu's opinion. Everyone looked at Yan Xiaoxiao, and Yan Xiaoxiao glanced at them. We lost the battle against the Undying Emperor clan. The undying old man shook his head. He didn't kill them. It was that azure-clothed man. Mu Xiaodao smiled. And here I thought I didn't know about him. As she spoke, she suddenly frowned. Do you know anything about him? No one in the hall spoke. Obviously they didn't. They really hadn't come into contact with him. Meanwhile, the undying old man suddenly said, Miss Mu, is that swordsman very strong? Ma-yi gazed coldly at the undying old man. His clone almost killed the 7th swordsman. Isn't that strong? The undying old man frowned slightly when he heard that. The expressions of everyone here had changed slightly as well. A clone almost killed the 7th swordsman? That was quite terrifying. Meanwhile, a voice resounded from outside. Everyone should pay attention to Yi Xian and that azure-clothed man. A woman walked in as the voice resounded. She had a ponytail, wore a light green dress, and held a scroll in her hand. She was an educated youth. She was in charge of all the information systems in the Cosmos Court. She could be said to be the all-knowing scholar of the Cosmos Court. No, she was the all-knowing scholar of the entire universe. She glanced at everyone and smiled. Miss Mu hasn't explained everything. Firstly, that azure-clothed man isn't strong. He's extremely strong. It can be said that no one in our hall is a match for him. As she spoke, she looked at the divine official. Sir Divine Official, I was injured by a strand of sword energy. It was left behind by that azure-robed man. And it was left behind tens of thousands of years ago. Hearing this, the Grand Priest's face instantly became solemn. That wisp of sword energy had almost killed him. The undying old man looked at the youth and frowned. Is it that terrifying? The educated youth looked at the undying old man. Are you questioning me? The undying old man was about to speak when the divine official suddenly said, If that strand of sword chi really belongs to him, then his strength is absolutely not something we can contend against. The educated youth nodded. Besides this green-robed man, there is also a woman in a plain dress. The strength of these 2 people was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, both of them are restrained by the laws of the universe. The law of the universe. The expressions of everyone here instantly became solemn when they heard this. To be able to force the laws of the universe to come out and restrain him. That was not an ordinary kind of terror. Ji Qing continued. I can understand that your target is the Nether Hall and Heaven's Sanctum. But don't forget that Yi Xian has the disaster physique. He is the one that the laws of the universe want to eliminate the most. The Grand Priest nodded. I know. However, the great demon king of the Heaven's Sanctum has summoned all the experts of the Heaven's Sanctum and declared war against us. We have no choice but to deal with it. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. The heaven's sanctum. The educated youth fell silent for a moment before he said, "We can't underestimate the heaven's sanctum. According to my investigations, the great demon king has summoned the 6 great demon kings and 12 demon generals. That woman wants to take advantage of the absence of the laws of the universe to fight us. And that nether hall. If they have the chance, they will definitely act as well." The Grand Priest nodded. "It's not that we don't take Yi Xian seriously, but we have to deal with the heaven's sanctum and nether hall first. Of course, as Miss Mu said, we can't underestimate Yi Xian." As he spoke, he glanced at the hall. Who will deal with Yi Xian? Right at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in the main hall. The hall instantly fell silent when they saw this figure. A divine lord. But it wasn't his main body that had come. The divine lord opened his palm, and a command token floated out slowly. The command token floated to the nameless little girl, who was hiding in the corner. The little girl raised her head and glanced at the command token. After a while, she picked it up and stood up. The divine lord said, "Yi Xian." The little girl clenched her right hand lightly, and the command token vanished. She turned to look at the educated youth, and the latter took out a scroll and placed it before the little girl. All the information about him. The little girl picked up the scroll and turned around to leave. Not far away, Wu Ke's face darkened when he saw that. She wasn't afraid of anyone in the hall who went to the devil territory, but she was most afraid of this little girl because she was the most dangerous existence in the hall. Even the divine lord wasn't as dangerous as her. She was an extremely terrifying assassin. How terrifying was she? It could be said that she wasn't confident that she could survive if the little girl came to kill her. If it was an open battle, then she wasn't afraid of anyone in the hall, including the divine lord and the little girl. But the problem was that the little girl was an assassin. Wu Ke's eyes were filled with worry. Meanwhile, the divine lord suddenly said, "Leave Yi Xian to her. Let's discuss how to destroy the Heaven Estate and Nether Pavilion." Mu Xiaodao didn't stay in the hall, and she hurriedly followed the little girl out. But when she stepped out of the hall, the nameless little girl had vanished. Mu Xiaodao's face fell when she witnessed this scene. She hadn't expected that the divine lord would actually be able to make the little girl fight. After all, besides the laws of the universe, no one could make the little girl fight. Even the laws of the universe might not be able to. The little girl was extremely strange. Meanwhile, Ma Yi followed her out. Ma Yi suddenly said, "Are you worried about him?" Mu Xiaodao smiled. "Just say what you want to say. Don't be so sarcastic." Ma Yi gazed at Mu Xiaodao. "You don't want him to die, right?" Mu Xiaodao nodded. Ma Yi stared fixedly at Mu Xiaodao. "Xiaodao, your thoughts are very dangerous." Mu Xiaodao chuckled lightly. "Ma Yi, let's discuss something we've already discussed. Do people with calamity constitutions really deserve to die?" Ma Yi was about to speak when Mu Xiaodao continued. "He just wants to live. Everyone has the right to live, isn't that right?" Ma Yi shook her head. "But we are the guardians of the universe. We should protect the laws of the universe." Mu Xiaodao suddenly asked, "What if the laws of the universe are wrong?" Hearing this, Ma Yi's face instantly changed. She turned to look at Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao smiled. "I was just casually saying." As she spoke, she looked towards the horizon. "From my standpoint, he does deserve to die because I am the guardian of the universe. But from my personal perspective, I don't think he's wrong. He just wants to live. The laws of the universe should be targeting that mysterious person, not him, Yi Xian. Moreover, there are many suspicious points. For example, why does the mysterious person in his body want to go against the laws? Why does the laws of the universe still target him despite knowing that he has 3 super experts behind him?" As she spoke, her eyes narrowed. The biggest suspicious point is the identity of the mysterious person. In the entire Cosmos God Court, other than the laws of the universe, no one knows the identity of the mysterious person, including the educated youth. Ma Yi said in a deep voice, "Xiaodao, I know this, but you have to be clear about your own identity." Mu Xiaodao smiled. "I know. Are you afraid that my life will be in danger?" Ma Yi nodded. "He's my best friend. I don't want anything to happen to him." Mu Xiaodao smiled. Don't worry, I'm very smart. I won't be as stupid as Xiao Heir courting death for a man. Mai looked at Mu Xiaodao, wanting to say something but hesitating. Mu Xiaodao blinked. Don't tell me you think that I like him? Mai nodded vigorously. Mu Xiaodao laughed. What a joke. Mai, I suggest you watch more palace intrigues. The women in there can have many wives. Hee hee. Mai. Mu Xiaodao didn't say anything else and walked away. Mai suddenly said, Xiaodao, don't be reckless. Mu Xiaodao waved her hand. Don't worry, I won't investigate. Mai looked at Mu Xiaodao with a trace of worry in her eyes. Actually, she understood Mu Xiaodao better. Don't be fooled by this guy's carefree attitude. As if he didn't care about anything. Once he cared about something, he would be crazier than anyone else. What she was most worried about was that Mu Xiaodao was interested in Yi Xian. Because if that was really the case, Mu Xiaodao would do anything. Thinking of this, Mai suddenly shook her head. Damn that man. The next time I see that Yi Xian, I'm going to kill him. At this time, Yan Xiaoxiao also walked out of the main hall. She quickly walked into the distance, but before long, a woman appeared in front of her. Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao looked at Yan Xiaoxiao and smiled. Miss Yan, do you have those talismans that can transmit sound from afar? Yan Xiaoxiao nodded. Yes. Mu Xiaodao blinked. Can you give me 2? Yan Xiaoxiao took out 2 transparent talismans and handed them to Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao glanced at Yan Xiaoxiao. Aren't you going to ask me what I'm going to do with them? Yan Xiaoxiao Xiaodao. Inform Yi Xian. After saying that, she hugged her thick book and walked into the distance. On the spot, Mu Xiaodao was stunned. At this time, Yan Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped and said, whether it's good or evil doesn't depend on one's physique. Miss Mu, the truth often means death. Take care. After saying that, she quickly disappeared into the distance. Mu Xiaodao looked at the sound transmission talisman in her hand. After a while, she crushed one and said softly, Bitch, call big brother or father. Otherwise, you're going to die. Her voice disappeared along with the sound transmission talisman. In the infernal domain, Yi Xian flew out again. This time, he flew almost 1,000 feet away. In the distance, the man in green said with a smile, Continue. Yi Xian climbed up from the ground. He glanced at the man in green and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Father, can you go easy on me? Hearing this, the man in green was stunned. The next moment he laughed out loud. Yes. Absolutely. Let's go, father will show you off. After saying that, he suddenly appeared by Yi Xian's side. And then he took Yi Xian with him and vanished. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Brothers, I've been working hard to save up manuscripts. I want to do something big. Chapter 1599. In the sky, the man in green was flying on his sword with Yi Xian. The man in green was full of smiles. It was obvious that he was very happy. In fact, he felt guilty towards Yi Xian, because he had never accompanied Yi Xian since he was young. However, he had no other choice. If Yi Xian kept following him, although he would be safe, he would be crippled. Comfort could destroy a person. Although Yi Xian was not very strong now, he had a good temperament. He was courageous and ruthless. Yi Xian glanced at the green-robed man and felt rather complicated. In fact, he was really unfamiliar with his parents. Because no matter if it was his father or mother, neither of them had ever accompanied him. Hate. Of course he hated them. However, after knowing that the man in green was helping him find the source of the mysterious man, he did not hate him so much anymore. Of course, the main reason was that his sister Yi Ling was alive and well. Otherwise, he would not forgive anyone. At this moment, the man in green stopped. Yi Xian looked in front of him, but there was nothing there. The man in green drew a line with his fingers. Puffed. The space in front of them cracked open, and within the cracked space was a world of its own. The green-robed man led Yi Xian in. What entered their eyes was an endless mountain range. They could not see the end of it. Yi Xian was curious. Where is this? The man in green smiled. The Earth Spirit Clan. a clan that lives underground. Back then, they were in danger of being exterminated. I happened to pass by and save them. Let's go." After saying that, he led Yi Xian into the vast mountains. Soon, they came to a huge cave. As soon as they arrived at the cave, an old man appeared in front of them. The old man was a little short and had a goatee. The old man was very cautious. However, when he saw the man in green, his expression changed drastically, and he said with a trembling voice, "Guardian?" The man in green laughed. "Is Shanqiu still here?" The old man knelt down. "Guardian." As he spoke, he kept kowtowing. The green-robed man shook his head and smiled. He gently lifted his right hand and helped the old man up. The azure-robed man smiled and said, "Let's go in." The old man quickly said, "No, no. Guardian, please wait a moment." With that, he turned around and disappeared into the distance. The green-shirt man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "The Earth Spirit tribe is a special tribe. They aren't very strong, but their forging skills are top-notch. It can be said that their forging skills are the best in the entire universe." It was also because of this that they were coveted by many powerful forces and were almost exterminated. Yi Xian was just about to speak when a group of people suddenly ran over, and the person in the lead was a white-haired old man. The white-haired old man was first stunned when he saw the green-clothed man, and then he charged over to the green-clothed man. He intended to embrace the green-clothed man, but he noticed that the green-clothed man was only a clone. The green-robed man smiled and said, "Shanqiu, how have you been?" Shanqiu laughed and said, "Brother Yang, I've missed you so much." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian and asked, "This is?" The green-robed man smiled and said, "My son." Yi Xian quickly bowed and said, "Hello, Uncle Shanqiu." Since the green-robed man was his father's brother, he had to call him uncle. Shanqiu was stunned when he heard Yi Xian call him uncle. Then he laughed and said, "So it's my nephew. Good. Very good. Come, let's go in and talk." The green-robed man shook his head and said, "This sword chi is about to disappear." Shanqiu looked at the green-robed man and sighed. "You brat, you didn't even come in person." The green-robed man smiled and said, "There will be a chance in the future." Shanqiu nodded and said, "You must have something to tell me." The green-robed man pointed at Yi Xian and said, "Take care of him." Shanqiu looked at Yi Xian and said, "It's no big deal." The green-robed man smiled and said, "Thank you." Shanqiu was a little unhappy and said, "Why are you saying this to my brother?" The green-robed man laughed and said, "Shanqiu, don't forge iron every day. If you have the time, you should cultivate more. Don't let me see you when you become a pile of dirt." As he spoke, he gradually became illusory. Yi Xian quickly said, "Father, do you have anything for me?" The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian and smiled and said, "Above the mortal state is the breaking mortal state. Do you know what's above the breaking mortal state?" Yi Xian shook his head and said, "I don't know." The green-robed man smiled and asked, "Do you want to break through to the breaking mortal state immediately?" Yi Xian was overjoyed and quickly said, "Of course I want to, even in my dreams." The green-robed man blinked and said, "Dream on then. You can have everything in your dreams." As soon as he finished, he disappeared. Yi Xian was speechless. At the side, Shanqiu heard the conversation between Yi Xian and his son, and could not help but laugh. Yi Xian was speechless. How dare his father play tricks on him? At this moment, Shanqiu suddenly pulled Yi Xian's arm and said, "Nephew, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he led Yi Xian into the cave. The rest of the Earth Spirit clan members quickly backed away. After entering the cave, Yi Xian discovered that there was a huge city underground. This city shocked Yi Xian. The entire city was almost 300 meters tall, and the city walls were made of a dark golden metal. There was not a single crack in the city. It was as if it was made by nature. Along the way, countless Earth Spirit clan members watched. As they entered the city, Shanqiu suddenly shouted, "Open the Earth Spirit's treasury!" The Earth Spirit's treasury. Hearing this, the countless Earth Spirit clan members suddenly became excited. The Earth Spirit's treasury. This was the forbidden area of the Earth Spirit clan. Only the leader of the clan could enter because all the best treasures of the Earth Spirit clan were gathered there. The highest level of blacksmiths were legendary blacksmiths, and only the most perfect works of legendary blacksmiths could be placed within the treasury. The most perfect. Not even the slightest flaw was qualified to be placed within the treasury. Even if it was the work of a legendary blacksmith, it was still not qualified. Only the work of a legendary blacksmith was qualified to be placed within the treasury. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to forge such a perfect treasure. Even a legendary blacksmith would need at least a few hundred, or even 1,000 years to forge such a perfect treasure. Even though Yi Xian didn't know where the treasury was, based on the attitude of the Earth Spirit clan members around him, he knew that he might be rich this time. I must calm down. I must be reserved. What treasures have I not seen? In next to no time, Shan Qiu led Yi Xian to an enormous crystal pavilion. 2 black-robed elders stood in front of the crystal pavilion. They were the guardians of the treasury. They were also the strongest members of the Earth Spirit clan. Yi Xian glanced at the 2 of them. He couldn't sense their auras, but he could sense a trace of danger from them. This shocked Yi Xian. He was at the breaking mortality realm now, and there were very few things that could make him feel danger. At this moment, the old man on the left suddenly said, "Shan Qiu, is that really the aura of the guardian?" Shan Qiu laughed and said, "Elderswa, you're right. It's the guardian." Elderswa said softly, "Unfortunately, it's just a clone." Shan Qiu smiled and said, "Zhua Changwang, this is Brother Yang's son." Yi Xian hurriedly bowed to them respectfully. "Greetings, elders." Elderswa glanced at Yi Xian and said, "They have the same bloodline. Little fellow, you don't have to be so courteous." Zhua Qiu smiled and said, "Elderswa, I want to bring this little fellow in to pick a few things." Elderswa nodded. "Of course." At this moment, Elderswa, who had been silent, suddenly said, "3. Pick 3. As soon as these words were spoken, the other members of the Earth Spirit clan instantly gasped. 3 pieces. After all, even the patriarch of the Earth Spirit clan only had the qualifications to enter once every 1,000 years, and he could only choose a single treasure. But this human could choose 3 as soon as he arrived. Of course, no one felt jealous or displeased, because he was the son of the guardian. Meanwhile, Elderswa suddenly said, 3? That's too stingy. Little fellow, you can choose 10 once you enter. 10. Countless members of the Earth Spirit clan were stunned. Zhua Qiu was quite surprised as well. 10. That wasn't a small number, because every single treasure within the guardian was truly priceless. Elderswa glanced at Elderswa, but didn't say anything. Elderswa smiled. "Go on in." Shan Qiu nodded, and was about to lead Yi Xian in. Meanwhile, a clear and melodious voice resounded from behind. "Father, I want to go in as well." Yi Xian turned around, and saw a woman around the age of 17 or 18. She was extremely beautiful, and there was a small hammer hanging from her waist. Shan Qiu frowned slightly. "You can't go in." The woman spoke in a slightly aggrieved tone. "I just want to go in and have a look at the masterpieces. I don't want the treasures within." Shan Qiu sighed softly. "Little girl, you can't go in." "Wait," Yi Xian suddenly said. "Let her go in with us." Shan Qiu gazed at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian gazed at the 2 elders. "Can I?" Elderswa grinned. Yes. Of course he had to give them face. Yi Xian bowed slightly. "Thank you." The woman walked over to Yi Xian and chuckled. "Thank you, big brother." Yi Xian smiled. "I'm Yi Xian. What about you?" The woman smiled. "Shan Ling." Yi Xian smiled. "Younger sister Shan Ling. Let's go in." As he spoke, he and Shan Ling walked towards a place not far away. Shan Qiu glanced at Yi Xian, and a trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes. Soon he followed. After a few people entered, Elder Yu suddenly said, 10. Elderswa said. If it wasn't for his father, the Earth Spirit tribe would have been gone. Elderswa was silent. Elderswa continued. This little guy has already reached the breaking mortal realm. Elderswa nodded, and did not say anything else. Because he understood. The father was the guardian of the Earth Spirit tribe, and the son was a genius. He could also become the guardian of the Earth Spirit tribe. After entering the Earth Spirit Treasure Vault, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "Uncle, I've seen a worn-out ancient shield before. That ancient shield can reflect all attacks. Does that ancient shield belong to the Earth Spirit Treasure Vault?" Shanqiu smiled. "You should be talking about the Sorcerer Armor Shield. That treasure was forged by the Earth Spirit Tribe. But it's not from the Earth Spirit Treasure Vault, because it's a defective item, and is not qualified to enter the Earth Spirit Treasure Vault. When we asked your father to choose a treasure, he didn't want anything. In the end, we couldn't accept it. So he randomly picked a broken shield from the outside, and said that it was for a certain little guy to play with. We were all very embarrassed because that Sorcerer Armor Shield was too trashy. Defective item. Not qualified to enter the Earth Spirit Treasure Vault. Too trashy." Yi Xian suddenly felt like he was floating. FPZW. Chapter 1600. Needless to say, Yi Xian was extremely shocked. He was very clear about the terror of that dilapidated ancient shield. That shield could even reflect Mu Xiaodao's flying daggers. With that shield, he could practically take on 3 guardians of the universe at once. However, that shield was trash in Shanqiu's eyes. Yi Xian was looking forward to the land spirit's treasury. Soon the 3 of them entered the treasury. What entered his eyes were more than 100 red pillars of light. And within each pillar of light was a treasure of various types. Yi Xian walked to the nearest light pillar. Inside the light pillar was a black round shield. The round shield was as smooth as a mirror, and there were many strange runes on its surface. Yi Xian was curious. "Uncle Shanqiu, this is?" Shanqiu smiled. "This is the God Trembling Shield. It's a perfect inferior legendary grade." Yi Xian asked, "Is it powerful?" Shanqiu shook his head. "Not especially powerful. Its core function is to reflect damage. It can reflect twice the damage." Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he said, "Twice?" Shanqiu nodded. "For example, if you slash it with your sword, it can reflect twice the power of your sword." Yi Xian gulped. "Uncle, isn't this powerful?" Shanqiu smiled. "It's just so. Let's go to the next level." As he spoke, he pulled Yi Xian to the next level. Yi Xian looked at the God Trembling Shield reluctantly. Actually, he really wanted to take it with him. Shan Ling suddenly covered his mouth and laughed. "Brother Yi, there's even better stuff behind." Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. He was a little inexperienced. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the next level. When they entered the next level, Yi Xian saw more than 60 purple light pillars. It was almost half of the previous level. Yi Xian walked to another light pillar. At this moment, Shanqiu suddenly pulled him. "Don't look at this. Come look here." Yi Xian was speechless. The hill brought Yi Xian to one of the light pillars. Inside the light pillar was a black mirror with a dark gold frame. On top of the mirror, there was a strange red rune. Yi Xian looked at Shanqiu. Shanqiu smiled and said, "This is the mysterious mirror of heaven and earth." Yi Xian quickly asked, "What's the use?" Shanqiu laughed. "This item is extremely useful. It can be duplicated." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Copy?" Hill nodded. "Once this item is activated, it can duplicate an opponent's doppelganger. This doppelganger will have at least 70% of the opponent's combat power." As he spoke, he paused for a moment and said, "Of course, an expert at the level of your father can't be replicated." Yi Xian said softly, "Only 70%? Actually, he was a little disappointed because if it only had 70% of its power, it would be worse than the shield from before. At this moment, Shanqiu smiled and said, "If it's just a copy, it definitely doesn't have the right to be placed here." Yi Xian quickly asked, "What other uses does it have?" Shanqiu smiled and said, "It can make 10 copies. Moreover, it can also duplicate itself." 10. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed. If it was only 1, it would be useless. But if it was 10, it would be completely different. 10. 10 of him against 1 Mu Xiaodao. Just thinking about it was exciting. If the opponent was stronger than him, it would be equivalent to having 10 more super experts. Shanxiu smiled and said, "Are you tempted?" Yi Xian nodded vigorously. 10. That was a little too ridiculous. Shanxiu laughed and then silently chanted a spell. Soon, the purple light pillar suddenly split open, and the mysterious mirror of heaven and earth floated out. Shanxiu smiled and said, "Drip a drop of blood." Yi Xian nodded and said, "All right." As he spoke, he bent his finger, and a drop of blood entered the mirror. The mysterious mirror of heaven and earth trembled slightly, and directly shot a ray of light into the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Boom! Yi Xian's entire body trembled. The next moment, the mysterious mirror of heaven and earth turned into a ray of white light, and entered the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Then, a small mark of the mysterious mirror of heaven and earth appeared between Yi Xian's eyebrows, but quickly disappeared. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he could feel the mysterious mirror of heaven and earth. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the mysterious mirror of heaven and earth appeared in his hand. The next moment, suddenly, 10 Yi Xians appeared beside him. 10 clones. Yi Xian looked at Shanxiu and said, "Their combat strength?" Shanxiu smiled and said, "They can perfectly duplicate your combat consciousness." Yi Xian suddenly slashed his sword towards the right, and the clone on the right disappeared. When it appeared again, it was already several feet away. The next moment, a sword suddenly appeared half an inch in front of his eyebrows. Sword of life and death. However, before the sword could come into contact with his eyebrows, it was caught by 2 fingers. The next moment, a ray of sword light suddenly slashed straight down from the top of his head. Sword drawing technique. Yi Xian was a little shocked. This clone actually knew his sword technique. Moreover, this clone's sword principle was actually at the breaking mortality stage. Of course, there was a difference. It should be said that it was a fake breaking mortality stage. Yi Xian moved his mind, and the clone that was attacking immediately stopped. Then it retreated to the side and stood respectfully. Beside him, Shanxiu smiled and said, "How is it?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Uncle, other than powerhouses at my father's level, can this mysterious mirror of heaven and earth be duplicated by other powerhouses?" Shanxiu shook his head and said, "It's not that exaggerated. Some special powerhouses can't be duplicated." It can be said that the limit of what it can duplicate is powerhouses above the breaking mortality stage. Moreover, the clone that duplicates powerhouses above the breaking mortality stage can only have about 60% of their combat strength. Yi Xian nodded slightly. If it could even duplicate powerhouses of the breaking mortality stage, it would be too crazy. However, to be able to duplicate powerhouses above the breaking mortality stage, one had to admit that it was quite amazing. Although it could only have 60% of their combat strength, there were still 10 of them. It was a godly tool for group fights. Shanxiu said again, "Do you know why this godly item is called the perfect legendary godly item?" Yi Xian shook his head. Shanxiu smiled and said, "Because even if the clone that is created by this item dies, it can't cause any harm to your original body. In order to achieve this, the legendary blacksmith that created this item spent hundreds of years researching it." Yi Xian said softly, "Impressive." Shanxiu nodded. "My clan has a unique advantage in terms of smithing. Moreover, everyone is very interested in smithing. However, my clan has no interest in cultivation. Therefore, my clan's combat strength is a little weak. If it wasn't for your father, even if my clan wasn't exterminated, I would have to submit to others and become their slaves." Yi Xian was a little curious. "Uncle, which force did you guys back then?" Shanxiu shook his head and said, "There were all kinds of forces. Among them, there was the shadow of the Cosmos Palace. They were rather tactful. They said that they wanted us to join the Cosmos Palace, and that they could protect us. However, we have to hand over 70% of the godly items that we forge every year." Hand over 70%. Yi Xian fell silent. He had to admit that their appetite was quite big. Shanxiu continued, "The one that almost exterminated my Earth Spirit clan was the Beast Demon clan. They wanted to exterminate us back then, because they wanted to obtain a super godly armor from my Earth Spirit clan. The invincible god of war armor. Yi Xian was a little curious. Invincible god of war armor? Shanxiu nodded. It was a super godly item that was forged by 9 legendary blacksmiths. It could be said to be the most perfect armor in the history of my Earth Spirit clan. Not only was it forged by 9 legendary blacksmiths, it was also forged with countless precious materials from my Earth Spirit clan. It could be said that this is a piece of armor that my Earth Spirit clan forged with all their might. It is also the pride of my Earth Spirit clan. Yi Xian blinked his eyes. Can I take a look? Shanxiu hesitated for a while and said, This you can definitely take a look, but, Yi Xian said seriously, I'm not taking it. I'll just take a look. Shanxiu smiled. All right. I'll bring you to take a look later. Come, there's a treasure here that's not bad. It's suitable for you. After that, he brought Yi Xian to the other side. Along the way, Yi Xian kept looking at the light pillars. To be honest, he wanted all of them. However, he couldn't be like that. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He looked at one of the light pillars. Within the purple light pillar, there was a golden dragon seal. Dragon seal? Yi Xian was a little curious. Uncle, this is? Shanxiu smiled. This is the heavenly dragon seal. It contains the chi of the mountains and rivers. With this seal, not only will you be protected by the heavenly dragon, you can also use this seal to strengthen your own dragon energy. Although it's not bad, it's not suitable for you. This is because this seal can only be used to its best effect on an emperor. In other words, if an emperor has this seal, not only will his cultivation be much easier, he can also control this seal to gather the power of a country. Yi Xian suddenly said, Uncle, I want this. Shanxiu was a little surprised. Nephew, this seal is not suitable for you. Yi Xian smiled. I have a wife who happens to be an emperor. She's very suitable. Shanxiu smiled. All right. As he spoke, he silently recited an incantation. The beam of light directly shattered, and the heavenly dragon seal within it directly flew to Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and kept the heavenly dragon seal. Shanxiu smiled. Nephew, your sword principle is at the broken mortality realm, right? Yi Xian nodded and smiled. Yes. Shanxiu smiled. Then you'll like this treasure very much. It's suitable for you. Yi Xian was a little curious. What is it? Shanxiu laughed. You'll see it soon. As he spoke, he brought Yi Xian to a place not far away. Yi Xian was still looking around. He had to admit that the treasures here were too terrifying. At this moment, he finally understood why the Earth Spirit clan was coveted by others. The treasures of this clan were not ordinary terrifying. If any force obtained the treasures of the Earth Spirit clan, their strength would increase by at least a few times. At this moment, Shanxiu stopped. He pointed at a light pillar in the distance and smiled. This is it. Yi Xian looked at the light pillar. When he saw the treasure in the light pillar, his eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 1601. Within the purple pillar of light was a sword box. The sword box was dark gold in color. There was a golden talisman drawn on the front. The back of the sword box was painted with a small black sword. There was a drop of blood on the tip of the small black sword. Yi Xian asked curiously, Uncle, what is this? Shanxiu smiled. Burial sword box. Yi Xian blinked. Burial sword box? Shanxiu nodded. This sword box contains the murderous aura, anger, resentment, evil aura, and death aura of hundreds of millions of ferocious spirits. Once this thing is used, it will become a purgatory of hell on earth. Speaking up to this point, he looked at Yi Xian. If it weren't for the fact that you have already reached the breaking mortal realm, and that your bloodline itself is the main culprit, I would never recommend this item to you. Shanling suddenly said. Brother Yi is very suitable for this item. Shanxiu nodded. Your swordsmanship is extraordinary. Moreover, your bloodline is the main murderous aura, and you have killed many people. This item is the most suitable for you. However, you must be careful. The murderous aura is not simple. Yi Xian was curious. Uncle, how did the elder forge this sword box? Did he really kill millions of living beings? Shanxiu shook his head and smiled. Of course not. In order to collect the murderous aura, the elder spent hundreds of years. Yi Xian was shocked. Hundreds of years? He nodded. Every legendary level god item is extremely difficult to forge, especially those perfect level legendary god items. Yi Xian said softly. This is the blood of the Earth Spirit clan. Shanxiu smiled. Yes. He then looked at the pillar of light. Try this item. He then chanted an incantation. Soon, the pillar of light disappeared, and the burial sword box appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and asked, Uncle, was the elder who forged this item a swordsman? Shanxiu shook his head. No. However, he loved swords and spent his entire life studying them. There are still 12 ominous swords in the burial sword case. You can make them acknowledge you as their master now, and then try. No, you can't try it here. If you try it here, we won't be able to withstand the evil spirit qi. Yi Xian nodded. With a point of his finger, a drop of blood entered the sword sheath. As soon as the drop of blood entered the sword sheath turned into a sword light and entered the space between his eyebrows. Boom! In an instant, a dark red aura suddenly appeared around Yi Xian. Shanxiu's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly pulled Shan Ling back. At the same time, he withdrew an ancient black shield and placed it in front of him. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes were closed, and his body was trembling slightly. Shan Ling was a little worried. Dad, will brother Yi be alright? Shanxiu shook his head. He possesses the insanity demon bloodline, and it's extremely extraordinary. The evil spirit qi won't be able to affect him. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in the distance, suddenly raised his right hand and pressed it down slowly. Gradually, the blood-red breath around him disappeared. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. The evil spirit qi was quite terrifying indeed. At that moment, he'd almost been unable to control his emotions. Moreover, the evil spirit qi hadn't targeted him. If it had targeted him, then even he wasn't fully confident in his ability to resist it. If this thing was used in conjunction with the insanity demon energy, then it would simply be like adding wings to a tiger. Of course, he might really never wake up. Yi Xian opened his palm and was about to test the burial sword case. Right at this moment, Shanxiu hurriedly said, You can't use it here. Yi Xian looked at Shanxiu. Shanxiu said in a deep voice, Once this item is unleashed, this place will immediately turn into an azure field of purgatory. This chapter isn't over. Please continue to the next page. All godly objects have their own consciousness. If they feel offended, they'll attack you. Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. All right. He realized that these godly objects weren't simple. If they were to attack him at the same time, he might not be able to withstand it. Shanxiu smiled. Let's go to the next level. Yi Xian was a little curious. Uncle, how many levels does this land spirit's treasure have? Shanxiu replied. A total of 5 levels. The further we go, the better the treasures. Yi Xian nodded. He was looking forward to it even more. Very quickly, the 3 of them arrived at the 3rd level. In the 3rd level, there were only over 30 dark golden light pillars. Another half was gone. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He turned to look at a light pillar on his right. In that light pillar, there was a long spear. The body of the spear was completely dark, but the tip of the spear was as red as blood. Yi Xian walked to the front of the light pillar. Shanxiu suddenly said, This spear is called Ling Tian. The body of the spear is made of celestial star metal. It contains an endless amount of celestial star energy. If you stand in the galaxy, this spear can gather the qi and power of the galaxy and universe. The tip of this spear is made of the power of the Earth's lava. If you stand on the ground, you can gather the power of the Earth and the lava deep in the ground. If a spear master uses this spear and stands on the ground, his combat power will increase by at least 50%. If he stands in the galaxy, his combat power will increase by at least 60% to 70%. Yi Xian immediately said, Uncle, I want this. Shanxiu glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, Are you taking it for a woman? Yi Xian smiled. Yes. At the side, Shan Ling suddenly smiled mischievously. Brother Yi, how many women do you have? Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly. Not many, just a dozen. A dozen? Shan Qiu's expression froze. Shan Ling gave Yi Xian a thumbs up. Awesome. Yi Xian laughed. He looked at Shan Qiu and said, Uncle, thank you. Shan Qiu nodded. He silently chanted an incantation. Soon, the light pillar disappeared, and the spear flew to Yi Xian. Yi Xian grasped the long spear. The moment he held the spear, he felt an extremely powerful force. What a good spear! Yi Xian sized up the spear. It was the most suitable spear for Enlancio. Shan Qiu smiled. There's something here that's perfect for you. Come with me. As he spoke, he led Yi Xian to the right. The three of them walked to a corner. There was a light pillar there, but there was nothing in it. Yi Xian turned to look at Shan Qiu. Shan Qiu smiled. Feel it. Yi Xian nodded. His divine sense enveloped the light pillar. However, he still could not feel anything. A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. Uncle, this is? Shan Qiu smiled. Invisible armor. Yi Xian was curious. Invisible armor? Shan Qiu nodded. It can make you invisible and hide your aura. Of course, it's not just simple invisibility. Don't underestimate this armor. Although it's not big, it contains hundreds of millions of runes. These runes are different, but they're closely related. If you activate it, the hundreds of millions of runes will circulate on their own. It will produce a very special and mysterious power. This power can allow you to escape from the universe and enter a very mysterious state. In other words, after escaping from the universe, you'll enter a new world. Yi Xian frowned. Escape from the universe? A new world? Shan Qiu nodded. A very mysterious state. It's in the universe, but not in the universe. That blacksmith once wanted to study that kind of world. If he could, this treasure would most likely surpass the legendary grade. Unfortunately, he died before he could study it. Yi Xian was speechless. Shan Qiu, this chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Looking at the light pillar, he sighed. What a pity. If he could study that mysterious world, this invisible armor would definitely surpass the legendary grade. As he spoke, he silently chanted an incantation. Soon the light pillar disappeared. Yi Xian quickly pointed with his finger. A drop of blood flew out. The next moment, Yi Xian's body suddenly trembled. Soon, he realized that there was a mysterious thing in his body. Invisible armor. With a thought, Yi Xian disappeared from where he was. The moment he disappeared, outside the hall, the left and right elders frowned at the same time. The two of them looked at each other. The right elder said in a deep voice, Shan Qiu actually gave that to him too. The left elder smiled. It's all right. The right elder glanced at the left elder. You're so generous. The left elder said calmly. Old Yu, his father saved the Earth Spirit clan back then. However, he didn't want a single divine item. Not only that, he even left a wisp of sword chi in the Earth Spirit clan. That made the beastmen dare not invade us for nearly 40,000 years. As he spoke, he looked at the right elder. Even if we give that god of war armor to him, he won't even look at it. Do you understand what I mean? The right elder said in a deep voice. I understand what you mean. Even if we want to curry favor with such a powerful person, we don't have the right and ability. Because in his eyes, all the treasures of the Earth Spirit clan are no different from *T. The left elder nodded. The reason why he helped the Earth Spirit clan back then was not because of our treasures, but because of Shan Qiu. As he spoke, he sighed in his heart. Shan Qiu was not qualified to be the clan leader, because his forging skills were really mediocre in the Earth Spirit clan. However, when the Earth Spirit clan was in danger of being exterminated, he brought someone with him. It was the man in green. Nobody knew how Shan Qiu became friends with the man in green. They only knew that they called each other brothers. Because of this relationship, the Earth Spirit clan would know who to appoint as the clan leader, even if they had toes. At that moment, the left elder said, that senior's rank is too high. We can't befriend him. However, his son is different. He brought his son to the Earth Spirit clan. Obviously, he hopes that we can take care of him. In this situation, if we take care of this little guy, Isn't it the same as befriending him? Moreover, this little guy is extremely talented. He might become a powerful person like his father in the future. Since we're generous to him today, he'll definitely be generous to us in the future. The right elder nodded. I'm not reluctant to. Sigh, forget it. As long as he doesn't take the God of War armor. The left elder nodded. In the Earth Spirit Treasure Vault. At that moment, Yi Xian had entered a strange world. This world was very strange, because he felt that he was no longer in the universe. However, he could not tell where he was. At that moment, Yi Xian was extremely shocked. This was because he realized that everything in front of him was transparent. There were no obstacles in front of him. Everything was exposed to him. Right now it was like he was in the perspective of a god. In front of him, everything in front of him was transparent. Yi Xian looked up. At the end of the horizon, he saw some light sources. They did not belong to the universe outside. Just as Yi Xian was about to investigate, Xiao Ta's voice was suddenly heard. Young master, you must not leave this place. P.S. Let me tell you a piece of good news. The Only Sword has published a comic. You can download the Read Comics app and search for The Only Sword to see it. Ching. Or has also been drawn. End of this chapter. Chapter 1602. Hearing Xiao Ta's words, Yi Xian was confused. Why? Xiao Ta said in a low voice. Young master, it's very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Yi Xian was confused. Why? Xiao Ta said in a low voice. Young master, I don't know either. I only know that there are some very special existences around. They haven't discovered you yet. But if you move, they will be able to discover you. Yi Xian asked in a low voice. Are they very strong? Xiao Ta hesitated for a while, then said, Very strong. It's definitely not something that you can fight against right now. Yi Xian was silent for a long time, then asked, If my father is here, will he be in danger? Xiao Ta immediately said, No. Also, master seems to have been here before. Yi Xian was confused. Then why don't you know this place? Xiao Ta smiled. I went to play with Xiao Bai and the others. I didn't come with master. Yi Xian was speechless. Tiny Pagoda continued. Young lord, you must not take any risks. Even though I'm not very good at fighting, I know which places are dangerous. This place is extremely, extremely dangerous, and its degree of danger is even above that calamity. Yi Xian looked up, and in that unknown area, there were some white dots of light. Of course, what he saw from here was a white dot of light, but if he walked closer, it would definitely not be a dot, but a huge circle, because those white dots were very, very far away from him. Yi Xian did not choose to take the risk. Although he had reached the mortal-breaking realm, he had not reached the level where he could do whatever he wanted. Yi Xian returned to reality with a thought. Seeing Yi Xian appear, Mountain Xiao immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly said, My dear nephew, you must be careful. The blacksmith who made this armor left a message. You must never give this armor to anyone. At this time, Shanling suddenly said, Then father, why did you give this to brother Yi? Shan Qiu stared at Shanling. Because your brother Yi is one of us. Yi Xian's heart warmed when he heard that. Shanling giggled. She glanced at Yi Xian and said nothing. Shan Qiu looked at Yi Xian and said seriously, Nephew, the blacksmith said that the mysterious world is very special. If you enter it, you must not wander around, because it might not be a world that belongs to us. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Don't worry, uncle. I won't mess around. Shan Qiu nodded. That's good. As he spoke, he looked around and said with a smile, Nephew, now that you have 5 divine items, there are still 5 more. What type do you want? Yi Xian thought for a moment before he said, I'm running for my life. Based on his many years of experience, he felt that it was more important to have a few more pieces of life-saving equipment. He was running for his life. Shan Qiu laughed. Just nice. As he spoke, he brought Yi Xian to a dark golden pillar of light. Within the pillar of light was a pair of boots. Yi Xian was instantly interested. Uncle, can I run very fast if I wear this? Shanxiu nodded. Very, very fast. This pair of boots is called the space-time boots. It can travel through space at will. Its speed is indescribable. Indescribable? Yi Xian hurriedly said. Let me try. Shanxiu smiled. All right. As he spoke, he silently chanted an incantation. Soon, the pillar of light split open, and the pair of space-time boots appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian hurriedly dripped his blood to make it recognize him as its owner. Soon, a brand new pair of boots appeared on Yi Xian's feet. Yi Xian moved his mind. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a mountain range tens of thousands of miles away. Yi Xian was stunned. At that moment, he was really stunned. With just a thought, he actually floated tens of thousands of miles away. As if he had thought of something, he looked up. The next moment, he was already in a starry sky. In the starry sky, Yi Xian was extremely excited. If this thing was used to escape, it would be a magical item. The next moment, Yi Xian was already back in the Earth Spirit's treasury. Yi Xian said excitedly, Uncle, this item seems to consume very little spiritual energy. He had used it a few times just now, and it only consumed a little spiritual energy. This was a little unbelievable to him. Shanxiu smiled. That's normal, because this is a perfect grade legendary item. What is perfect grade? It means that it has no flaws. In fact, there are some treasures outside that can also achieve this effect. However, the consumption is too high. With your current strength, you can only use it 5 or 6 times, at most, before the celestial qi in your body is depleted. However, this item is different. The consumption of celestial qi is almost negligible. In order to achieve this blacksmith spent at least 600 years researching and improving it. 600 years. Yi Xian looked around. Every item here was a master's life's work. In fact, he was a little impressed by these masters. It was very difficult for them to spend so much time and effort on one thing. Shanxiu said again. Actually, under normal circumstances, these legendary items can't leave this place because their research value is too high. They are also the symbol of the Earth Spirit tribe. Not to mention outsiders. Even the people of the Earth Spirit tribe can only come in and choose one if they have made a great contribution. Yi Xian smiled. I'm dragging down my father's fortune. Shanxiu smiled. Indeed, he and I are brothers. If it were up to me, I would be willing to give you the divine war armor. However, I have no choice. There are many things that I can't decide on my own. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Uncle has taken good care of me. All right. Uncle, how did you become brothers with my father? Shanxiu looked at Shanxiu, his eyes filled with curiosity. In fact, the entire Earth Spirit tribe was curious. This was because Shanxiu was a spoiled brat. He was not strong enough, and his forging skills were not good. No one understood how he could become brothers with such a powerful person. Shanxiu laughed. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. I'm going to tell you. Your father will definitely mess with me in the future, haha. Yi Xian was speechless. Needless to say, these two definitely did not get to know each other because of something good. Shanxiu smiled. Choose one more. Then go to the lower level and choose 3 more. Choose one. Yi Xian looked around. Very quickly, his gaze fell on one of the items. Yi Xian quickly walked to the pillar of light. Within the pillar of light, there was a small knife. A flying knife. Shanxiu smiled. You have a good eye. This flying knife is called God Slayer. It's 3 inches and 7 fen long, and weighs 4 to 200 grams. Although it's light, its material is not simple. It's made from the world's rarest God stone of time and space source stone. It contains an endless amount of God's power of time. The wielder of the knife will be strengthened by the power of time. Most terrifyingly, this knife is one with the space. When it's used, it's unpredictable and terrifying. Yi Xian smiled. I want this flying knife. Shanxiu nodded. All right. Very quickly, Yi Xian obtained the flying knife. It was very light. Yi Xian did not drip his blood on it to bind it. Instead, he kept it. Shanxiu said, Let's go to the next level. Yi Xian nodded. He already had 7 treasures. He was still looking forward to the treasures on the next level. Very quickly, The three of them arrived at the fourth level. There were only 10 orange pillars of light on the fourth level. Shanxio smiled. The 10 legendary items are the trademark of the Earth Spirit tribe. Any one of them is enough to shake the entire universe. Yi Xian looked at the pillar of light closest to him on the right. Inside the pillar of light was a crystal ball. The crystal ball was slowly spinning. Shanxio smiled. The universal instrument. This ball can be said to be a map of the universe. All the known star fields and mysterious worlds in the universe are marked on it. Some unknown forbidden areas are marked on it. It can be said that this ball is equivalent to a miniaturized version of the universe. Most importantly, this ball has a teleportation function. For example, if you want to return to the 9 dimensions, all you need to do is say the word, and the teleportation portal will be activated. You can use a certain amount of Xian Qi to teleport through space. Of course. Yi Xian suddenly said, I want it. Shanxio looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said seriously, I want it. Although this thing couldn't be used for defense or attack, its functionality was simply too terrifying. A miniaturized version of the universe. With this thing, the entire universe became smaller. Shanxio smiled. I know you definitely want it. However, you have to listen to me first. This thing has a weakness. If the teleportation is too far away, it will consume a lot of Xian Qi. If the owner does not have Xian Qi to consume, and the teleportation portal is in the teleportation phase, it is very likely that the space will be distorted. In other words, the teleportation will be random. Other than that, the physical body of the user must be strong enough. This is because during the teleportation process, the speed will be very, very fast. An ordinary person's physical body will not be able to withstand that kind of power. Yi Xian nodded. These problems are not considered big problems. Shanxio smiled. Indeed. As he spoke, he looked at the universal instrument and said softly, that blacksmith spent almost 2,000 years to forge this thing. It was really a lifetime of hard work. As he finished speaking, he silently chanted an incantation. The pillar of light split open, and the universal instrument flew in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian immediately dripped his blood to make it recognize its owner. After the universal instrument entered the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows, Yi Xian immediately felt it. With a thought, the universal instrument appeared in his hands. In his mind, a starry sky appeared. This starry sky was like a net. There were countless universe coordinates on it. Each coordinate had a detailed description. Very quickly, he found the 9-dimensional universe. Good stuff. Yi Xian kept the universal instrument and looked at Shanxio. He smiled. Uncle, let's look at the next one. Shanxio smiled. All right. The three of them came in front of the second pillar of light. In the second pillar of light there was a ring. The ring was dark gold in color. From its appearance it looked a little ordinary. Yi Xian was a little curious. This is... Shanxio smiled. Divine ring. Yi Xian blinked. Divine ring? Shanxio nodded. Divine ring. Yi Xian hurriedly asked. What's its use? Shanxio smiled. It can mobilize all the elemental power in the world for its own use. Not only that, it also contains an elemental shield. It can block all elemental power. Yi Xian suddenly asked. Does the disaster blood lightning belong to the elemental power? Shanxio shook his head. It doesn't. That thing belongs to the supreme law. This ring can't block it. Of course, it can if it's just a simple disaster. However, if it's the disaster law itself that descends to cast the disaster, nothing can block it. Yi Xian thought for a while. Then he said, I'll take it. Shanxio smiled. Sure. As he spoke, he began to silently recite an incantation. Yi Xian looked behind him. There were still 8 more pillars of light. He was sure that he couldn't reject the god item in each pillar of light. It seemed like he had to think of a way to get 2 more. However, wouldn't that make him seem a little shameless? Thinking of this, Yi Xian lightly slapped his face. Damn it. What do I want this thing for? I don't want my face anymore. Chapter 1603. Soon, Yi Xian obtained the divine ring. The three of them walked towards the third pillar of light. In the third pillar of light, there was a black ruler. On the surface of the black ruler, there were two small words, Word of Truth. Word of Truth. Yi Xian sized it up, and then looked at Shanxiu. Shanxiu smiled and said, The ruler of truth is 3 feet long. It is made of the most ancient dark iron essence. It contains 7 mantras. Each mantra is a truth and each truth is a law. He then looked at Yi Xian and said, This item is mysterious, but it doesn't suit you. Yi Xian was confused and asked, Why? Shanxiu smiled and said, Because this ruler can only be used by a great scholar. The power of this ruler is not in its strength, but in its words. One word can decide life and death. Of course, this word must be reasonable. I feel that you are not a reasonable person, so you can't use this ruler to its fullest. Most importantly, if you are unreasonable, this ruler will be useless. Moreover, if the other party is reasonable, your state of mind might be affected by this ruler. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Shanling suddenly smiled and said, This was made by Grandpa Di Yen, right? Shanxiu nodded. Shanling smiled and said, No wonder. Yi Xian was curious and asked, Is Senior Di Yen still around? Shanxiu shook his head and said, He left 1,000 years ago. However, he is a respected person in our Earth Spirit clan, because he is the most knowledgeable person in our Earth Spirit clan. He knows hundreds of languages, and understands the culture of close to 100 races. He left behind countless literary works that have influenced countless people in our Earth Spirit clan. Actually, apart from being a scholar, he can be ranked in the top 5 in the history of the Earth Spirit tribe, in terms of one-on-one combat strength. You should know that he killed a transcending mortality realm expert from the Beastmen tribe with words. Killed with words? Yi Xian was embarrassed. This is the real all-mouthy king. Shanxiu looked at the ruler of truth and said, Let's look at the next one. Yi Xian nodded. He glanced at the ruler of truth. Although it was powerful, it was not suitable for him. Although he usually liked to be mischievous, he was not a reasonable person, unless he really couldn't win. If they could beat him, who would reason with him? And among the women he liked, there didn't seem to be anyone suitable. The three of them arrived at the 4th pillar of light. Within the 4th pillar of light was an eye. The surface of the eye was as smooth as a mirror, and its interior was as deep as the vast starry sky. It was as if one would be sucked in just by looking at it. Yi Xian was a little curious. This is... Shanxiu smiled. Heaven's eye. With this eye, it can magnify your divine sense by at least 100 times, allowing you to see the heavens with a single glance. Most importantly, this eye can see through all illusions. Apart from that invisibility armor of yours, this eye can see through all illusions and concealment techniques. With this eye, you'll be in a safe state at all times, because any experts that want to get close to you will be discovered by you in advance. Other than that, this eye also has the ability to see through everything. X-ray vision. Yi Xian blinked. At this moment Shanxiu smiled. Are you interested? Yi Xian nodded. This was a good thing. Just as he was about to accept the heaven's eye, Shanxiu suddenly said, There are some better ones at the back. Do you want to take a look? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment then said, Let's take a look. Actually, he really wanted the heaven's eye. Of course, the reason he wanted it was not because it could see through things. He, Yi Xian, was not that kind of person. He wanted the heaven's eye because it could see through concealment techniques. In that case, he would not be afraid of assassins. However, he could only ask for one more item now. So he did not want to make a decision so quickly. Perhaps there were better ones at the back. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Shanxiu laughed then said, Come, let me take a look at the back first. With that, he brought Yi Xian and Shanling to the 5th pillar of light. There was a dagger in the pillar of light. Shanxiu did not explain, but looked at Yi Xian. This dagger is not bad, are you interested? Yi Xian looked at the dagger and shook his head. He did not use a dagger, and among the women he liked, there was no one who used a dagger. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Uncle, do you have any armor-like treasures? He suddenly realized that he seemed to be missing a defensive-type divine item. Although his physical body was very strong now, He still wanted a defensive-type treasure. Armor. Just as Shan Xiu was about to speak, Shan Ling suddenly said, God of Combat Armor. God of Combat Armor is very good. God of Combat Armor. Hearing this, there was a slight change in Shan Xiu's expression, but he did not speak anymore. Shan Ling blinked. Why don't we go to the next level to take a look? Yi Xian looked at Shan Xiu. Shan Xiu was in a dilemma. Yi Xian smiled and said, You don't need the Divine Warlord armor. Any defensive treasure will do. Something like that Magus armor shield will do. Shan Ling suddenly said, Dad, Brother Yi doesn't want it. He's just going to take a look. You're not that stingy, are you? Yi Xian looked at Shan Ling. Needless to say, this little girl's main goal was the God of Combat armor. Along the way, he realized that this little girl was not interested in the treasures around her at all, except for the invisible armor. Shan Xiu glared at Shan Ling. You're the one who wants to see the God of Combat armor, right? Shan Ling giggled. Dad, let's go take a look. Shan Xiu looked at Yi Xian and sighed. Little fella, I can take a look, but I really can't give it to you. I don't have the right to. If I had the right, I would give it to you directly. Yi Xian smiled. I understand. Uncle, I want to see it too. Of course, I won't be greedy. Shan Xiu nodded slightly. Then let's go take a look. As he spoke, he walked in front of a stone wall and chanted a spell. Gradually, the stone wall began to tremble. Yi Xian looked at Shan Ling, who was full of anticipation. You really want to see the God of Combat armor? Shan Ling nodded vigorously. That's the Earth Spirit Clan's entire clan's effort to forge this armor. The complexity of it is unimaginable. If only I could take it and study it. TSK. Shan Xiu suddenly said. In your dreams. Shan Ling pursed her lips. These treasures should be left for our clansmen to study. That way, we can better help our clansmen improve their forging skills. As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian. Isn't that right, Brother Yi? Yi Xian was speechless. This little girl. She had a lot of tricks up her sleeves. Shan Xiu glared at Shan Ling. Shan Ling giggled. All right, Dad, hurry up and open the door. Shan Xiu felt helpless. He quickly chanted a spell and soon, the stone wall in front of the three of them cracked open. As soon as the stone wall opened, an old man appeared in front of the three of them. The old man wore a black robe and had white hair. He looked extremely old, but his eyes were extremely sharp. Seeing the old man, Shan Xiu bowed slightly. Elder Ming. This Elder Ming's seniority was even higher than the left elder and the right elder. Elder Ming glanced at Shan Xiu, then looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian also bowed slightly. Greetings, Elder Ming. Elder Ming looked at Yi Xian. Who are you? Shan Xiu hurriedly said. He's the guardian's son. Guardian god. Hearing this, Elder Ming was slightly stunned. Soon, the coldness in his eyes gradually softened. He glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. You're young and promising. Yi Xian bowed slightly. Elder, you're too kind. Elder Ming said. You want to take a look at the God of War armor? Yi Xian nodded. I want to take a look. It's fine if it's inconvenient. Shan Xiu looked at Elder Ming. Elder Ming fell silent for a long time before he said, There's nothing inconvenient about it. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Shan Ling gave Yi Xian a thumbs up. Big Brother Yi, you have a great reputation. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He knew that it wasn't his reputation that was great. It was his father's reputation. At the entrance to the treasure vault, the left and right elder exchanged glances. The right elder hesitated for a moment before he said, I have a bad feeling about this. The left elder smiled. Don't worry. That little fellow is just going to take a look. There won't be any problems. Moreover, he isn't a greedy person. So we don't have to worry. The right elder nodded slightly. I hope so. Yi Xian and the other two followed Elder Ming forward. The last level wasn't as simple as the outside. They arrived at a passageway, and there were all sorts of strange runes on both sides of the passageway. Shan Xiu smiled. These are all formations. If an outsider were to forcefully enter this place, over 10 million formations would be activated at the same time. It can be said that even a transcending mortality stage powerhouse would be crushed into pieces. Yi Xian felt slightly awkward when he heard this. Am I not at the transcending mortality stage? Shan Qiu suddenly roared with laughter. Don't think too much about it. I'm not talking about you. Yi Xian was speechless. Shan Ling suddenly said, Grandpa Ming, how long has it been since someone came here? Elder Ming said, over 1,000 years. Yi Xian was speechless. Over 1,000 years. This senior is really good at enduring loneliness. Shan Ling blinked. Grandpa Ming, aren't you bored here? Why don't I stand guard for you? Yi Xian was speechless. Shan Qiu glared at Shan Ling. What are you trying to do? Shan Ling giggled. I'll stand guard for Grandpa Ming. Then Grandpa Ming can go out and play. Shan Qiu shook his head. You little girl. Elder Ming glanced at Shan Ling with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Soon, the three of them walked into a secret chamber. As soon as they entered the secret chamber, before anyone could react, a 7-colored light pillar exploded in front of them. The next moment, a ray of red light directly entered the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Boom! Yi Xian's entire body froze on the spot. Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, the left and right elders also entered the secret chamber. When they saw the shattered light pillar on the ground, both of them were also dumbfounded. Soon, everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was also dumbfounded. What the hell just came in? Soon, he found out what it was. It must be the god of war armor. The god of war armor actually ran into his body. Elder Ming and the rest looked at Yi Xian. Their expressions were no longer gentle, they were a little cold. Yi Xian looked at everyone. I don't know what's going on. Elder Ming said in a low voice. Can you make it come out? Yi Xian said, let me try. He tried to contact the god of war armor, but he could not. It did not care about him at all. Yi Xian shook his head. Everyone's expression became even colder. Yi Xian was about to speak when a voice rang in his head. I want freedom. If you take me away, I will recognize you as my master. Yi Xian. The place suddenly became quiet and the atmosphere was a little tense. Elder Ming and the rest looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly said angrily, Are you coming out or not? No response. Yi Xian suddenly took out a sword and pointed it at his stomach. He said angrily, Are you coming out or not? Everyone. There was still no response. Yi Xian suddenly said angrily, The Earth Spirit Tribe has treated me so well. How can I take their divine item? You forced your way into my body. It's unjust. I've let the Earth Spirit Tribe down. I'll die with you today. As he spoke, he was about to stab Yi Xian. Next to him, Shan Qiu hurriedly stopped him. He turned to look at Elder Ming and the others and said angrily, Are you really going to force him to his death? Elder Ming and the rest were confused. They did not do anything. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Uncle, don't stop me. Let me stab him to death. As he spoke, he was about to stab his sword down again. Shan Qiu quickly stopped him again. He held on to Yi Xian's hand tightly and said in a trembling voice, Nephew, don't do anything stupid. Your father saved the Earth Spirit Tribe. If you die here today, it's the same as implicating the Earth Spirit Tribe. Yi Xian said angrily, The Earth Spirit Tribe has treated me so well. How can I take your clan's divine item? If it doesn't come out today, I'll die with it. As he spoke, he suddenly stabbed his sword down. Although it was stopped, the sword still stabbed a few inches in. Seeing this, Elder Ming and the rest's expressions changed. Elder Ming said in a trembling voice, Young man, don't do anything rash. It's just an external object. It won't come out for now. We can take our time. Don't hurt yourself. Elders will also quickly said, Yes. It's just an external object. You, don't do anything stupid. Elder Yu hesitated for a while and also said, Don't do anything stupid. However, Yi Xian ignored everyone's advice and continued to stab himself. Moreover, the sword stabbed deeper and deeper. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. If Shan Qiu had not held onto Yi Xian's hand tightly, Yi Xian would have died. Seeing this scene, Elder Ming and the others really panicked. If they were to force the son of the guardian deity to die here, it would be too unjust and unjust. Elders like them would be ridiculed by the entire Earth Spirit clan. The guardian. Back then, he had saved the entire Earth Spirit tribe with his own strength. Now they had forced his son to die. Not to mention the others. Even they themselves felt that this was too much. Seeing that Yi Xian did not care and wanted to stab himself, Elder Ming quickly said, "Young man, don't do anything rash. We were going to give you the God of War armor anyway." Everyone. P.S. I look at the donations and votes every day. Then, I realized that many people did not speak at all. Many readers only had records of voting and donating. They did not even have any records of speaking at all. Don't you guys complain when you read books? I read all the comments, really. A reader said that I'm the king of updates. I write at least 7 to 8 chapters a day. I'm embarrassed to say that. Chapter 1604. As soon as Elder Ming finished speaking, he was dumbfounded. What did I say? The left and right elders looked at Elder Ming in shock. It was supposed to be a gift to Yi Xian. Was it true? The two of them were dumbfounded. Next to him, Yi Xian lifted his head to look at Elder Ming. He wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, and then smeared it across his face. What a guy! His entire face was covered in blood. He looked pretty miserable. Yi Xian gulped. Elder Ming. Elder Ming sighed. It's indeed a gift. Lad, don't do anything stupid. Yi Xian looked at Shanxiu. Shanxiu gave him a look. Yi Xian understood and shook his head. No. This divine item is the Earth Spirit Tribe's treasure. How can I take it? I don't want it. As he spoke, he looked at his abdomen and roared. Are you coming out or not? There was no response. At that moment, Yi Xian punched himself in the chest. Bang! Yi Xian was pushed back by more than 30 meters. In the end, he hit the light wall. The entire 5th level shook violently. At the same time, Yi Xian spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw that. Was he so ruthless? At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly wanted to hit his head. Shanxiu stopped Yi Xian and said with a trembling voice, My dear nephew, what are you trying to do? The Earth Spirit Tribe is Father's best friend. If we die here, how can we explain it to Father? Father will kill us. Hearing that, Elder Ming and the other 2 elders' expressions changed. If this lad really committed suicide here, the good relationship between the Earth Spirit Tribe and the Guardian would become a bad one. Elder Ming hurriedly said, Little fellow, we really did give that treasure to you. Elders was said quickly, Lad, it's not worth it to kill yourself for a divine item. We let you in to see it, because we wanted to give you a surprise. That war god armor was really given to him. Yi Xian shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, The Earth Spirit Clan has already given me 10 super divine items. No matter how thick-skinned I am, I can't accept your clan's greatest treasures. Shanxiu suddenly said. What are you saying? Aren't we family? Family? Hearing this, everyone looked at the hill. Shanxiu looked at Yi Xian. Nephew, my father and I are brothers, and he calls me uncle. My father and the Earth Spirit Clan are family. You're treating me like an outsider. Elder Ming hurriedly nodded. Shanxiu is right. We're all family. You're treating me like an outsider. Elders Wa also said, Yes, we are a family. Elder Yu glanced at Yi Xian, whose face was covered in blood. He hesitated and said, A family. A trace of a smile appeared on the faces of Elder Ming and the others when they heard this. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he stood up and bowed respectfully. I, Yi Xian, will forever remember your kindness. Shanxiu glanced at Yi Xian with displeasure. Didn't we say that we're a family? Don't speak like an outsider again. Elder Ming nodded. Indeed. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I, Yi Xian, will definitely not refuse if the Earth Spirit Clan needs anything in the future. This is my second home. A trace of a smile appeared on the faces of Shanxiu and the others when they heard this. Meanwhile, Elder Ming suddenly said, Shanxiu, take this little fellow with you. Help him subdue the war god armor. Shanxiu glanced at Elder Ming and nodded. All right. Yi Xian bowed slightly to Elder Ming and the others, and then he turned around and left with Shanxiu. The secret room suddenly fell into silence after Yi Xian and the other 2 had left. After a long time, Elders was said. What do you think? Elder Ming closed his eyes slowly. This little fellow isn't behind this. It's the war god armor's own will. Elders Wa nodded. Just as I guessed. Elder Ming said softly. This armor is unlike other divine artifacts. It wouldn't be willing to be trapped here. Elder Yu sighed softly. We've suffered a huge loss this time. Elders Wa smiled. No loss. Elder Yu looked at Elders Wa. And Elders Wa smiled. Didn't we get an extraordinarily monstrous genius? Elder Ming nodded. Our Earth Spirit clan is mostly only interested in forging techniques. Therefore, our strength is much weaker than the other clans. If we don't have powerful external help, it'll be very difficult for our Earth Spirit clan to survive freely. Elder Yu spoke abruptly. Since they're all giving us treasures, then we can totally choose the Cosmos Court. Elder Ming glanced at Elder Yu. Going to the Cosmos Court is like being a slave. What's the guardian god's attitude towards our Earth Spirit clan? The reason he helped the Earth Spirit clan all those years ago and protected us with his sword energy wasn't because we have treasures, but because he's Shanqiu's brother. The guardian god never wanted to enslave our Earth Spirit clan. Can the Cosmos Court do that? Elder Yu hesitated for a moment and said, the guardian god doesn't care about the treasures of our Earth Spirit clan, but his son. Elder Yu spoke abruptly. Brother Yu, I know you can't bear to do that. I can't bear to do that. 10 divine artifacts and an ultimate divine artifact. My heart is bleeding as well. However, have you thought about something? What if Shanqiu isn't here one day? Elder Yu's expression instantly changed when he heard this. The reason the green-clothed man helped the Earth Spirit clan was because of Shanqiu. If Shanqiu was gone, would the Earth Spirit clan be able to ask the green-clothed man for help? It would probably be very difficult. Elder Yu said, actually, we can't look at this completely from the perspective of benefits. The green-clothed man didn't save our Earth Spirit clan all those years ago because of his relationship with us. Since that's the case, why should we turn this relationship into a relationship of benefits? The guardian god helped us because of his relationship with us. There's no need for us to turn it into a relationship of benefits when we help this little fellow. Shanqiu treats him as his nephew, so he's an Earth Spirit clan member. Elder Ming nodded. That's right. Even though the combat god's armor is precious, can it be more important than the inheritance of our Earth Spirit clan? As he spoke, he gazed at Elder Yu. Remember, we can't be ungrateful. The guardian god's kindness to our Earth Spirit clan can't be measured by a single combat god's armor. Also, have you ever thought of a question? Why did the patron god bring his son to us? It's because he treats us as his own. Otherwise, with his strength, would he really need our Earth Spirit clan to take care of this little fellow? Elder Yu nodded. I understand. Elder Ming nodded. Go take a look at that little fellow. It's probably quite difficult for him to subdue the combat god's armor now. Besides that, do whatever you can to help. We've already given away the combat god's armor. Don't be stingy with other things. Elders Wa smiled. Understood. Soon both of them left. Elder Ming glanced at the surroundings and shook his head with a smile. I'm free. As soon as he finished speaking, he left the secret chamber. In one of the houses, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, while Shanqiu and Mountain Spirit stood before him. Shanqiu spoke in a deep voice. Can you sense it? Yi Xian shook his head. He realized that the combat god's armor was actually pretending to be dead. It seemed like this fellow didn't want to submit to him. Shanqiu's expression turned grim when he saw Yi Xian shaking his head. He looked at Yi Xian's abdomen. If you're willing to submit to my nephew, the Earth Spirit clan will let you regain your freedom. Otherwise, don't blame us for not holding back. The Earth Spirit clan had created it, so they naturally had a way to deal with it. There was still no reaction. Shanqiu frowned. Just as he was about to speak, a voice resounded. I mean what I say. As he spoke, Yi Xian's body suddenly trembled. Yi Xian's expression changed instantly. He felt as if his body was being torn apart layer by layer. Shanqiu quickly said, It's going to merge with the body and soul. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly appeared above Yi Xian's head. At the same time, there was also the soul-suppressing sword. The two gods' weapons protected Yi Xian's soul, Yi Xian's expression became ferocious. He felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. At the side, Shanqiu spoke in a deep voice. "Little fellow, you have to hold on." Yi Xian said ferociously. "Come on. I can hold on." Boom. A mysterious aura suddenly appeared around Yi Xian. Shanqiu and Mountain Spirit quickly retreated. Shanqiu blinked his eyes. "Father, what's this?" Shanqiu said in a deep voice. "God of War's territory. Within the territory, there's endless battle intent. The more you fight, the stronger you become." Just as Shanqiu was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the entire house turned into dust. Shanqiu looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian took a deep breath and opened his palms. In an instant, a suit of armor appeared on his body. The armor was dark red in color and covered his skin like scales. However, he could not feel anything. The armor seemed to be made of flesh and blood. The armor was as if it did not exist. God of War's armor. At this moment, Shanqiu suddenly said, "This armor has 6 characteristics. First, its defense. It can be said that even a powerhouse above the mortal breaking stage would not be able to hurt it. It also has the function of the God's Ring, which is to be immune to all elemental powers, including the power of the 5 elements. Second, its damage reflection. This armor has a special damage reflection function. It can reflect at least 3 times the force of the attack back to the opponent. It can be said that if you meet an opponent of the same level, you don't even need to fight. The opponent will not dare to fight you because they will kill themselves." Yi Xian was speechless. Shanqiu continued. Third, it's the power of the God of War. Wearing this armor will allow you to obtain the power of the God of War. With the power of the God of War, your physical strength will increase by at least 5 times. It's based on your physical strength. Therefore, the stronger your physical strength, the more powerful it will be. Fourth, it's the will of the God of War. Once the will of the God of War is activated, this will increase your battle intent limitlessly. A strong battle intent can make your battle sense more sensitive. Not only your battle sense, but your battle awareness will also be greatly enhanced. He paused for a moment before continuing. Number 5. The armor contains over 1,000 self-healing runes, and each rune contains over 100 healing formations. Once the wearer is injured, over 100 healing formations will immediately activate and heal the wearer's body. It can be said that as long as you're not killed instantly, you're invincible. Yi Xian was stunned. If this was combined with his immortal bloodline, Yi Xian was excited at the thought of this. Shanqiu continued. Sixth, which is also the core of the God of War armor, is the God of War's domain. Anyone who enters the God of War's domain will have their cultivation level suppressed by 2 levels. If you encounter a mortal realm expert, your opponent's cultivation level will not be suppressed. This is because the mortal realm is beyond the cultivation level. However, the God of War's domain can weaken your opponent's strength by at least 30 to 50%. Yi Xian was stunned. This God of War armor was simply too overpowered. Who would be able to kill him if he wore this thing? Shanqiu suddenly said. This God of War armor is the most perfect armor. It's impeccable in terms of defense and other aspects. It can be said that once you wear this armor, it'll be hard for you to die. It'll be hard for you to die. Shanqiu's words were filled with pride and confidence. This armor was forged by the Shanqiu tribe with all their resources. Of course he was proud and confident. Yi Xian glanced at the armor he was wearing and could not help but grin. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. That's right. I have 10 legendary artifacts and a legendary God of War armor. I'm also at the mortal realm. Do I need to be afraid of the Cosmos Court? Of course I don't. Fight the Cosmos Court. I'll do it. He looked at Shanqiu and said, Uncle, I might have to leave. I'll come back to the Earth Spirit tribe after I'm done with some matters. Shanqiu hesitated for a while and passed a storage ring to Yi Xian. There are some godly items inside. Although they are not as good as the ones in the Earth Spirit treasury, they are still of high quality. Yi Xian did not reject it and kept the storage ring. There were some treasures in the storage ring. Just like what Shanxiu said, although they were not as good as the ones in the Earth Spirit Treasury, they were still of high quality. There were not many of them, but more than 1,000 of them. Obviously, these were not given to him by Shanxiu, but by the Earth Spirit tribe. Yi Xian bowed slightly. Thank you, uncle. Shanxiu smiled. No need to thank me. If I see my father next time, I must invite him here for a gathering. Yi Xian smiled. Definitely. If he doesn't come, I'll drag him here even if I have to. Shanxiu laughed. All right. After Yi Xian said goodbye to Shanxiu, he went to the galaxy. In the galaxy, Yi Xian took out the universal apparatus and searched. Soon, he found the location of the Cosmos Court. Just as Yi Xian was about to teleport, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, are you going to fight the Cosmos Court? Yi Xian smiled. Yes. Xiao Ta hesitated for a while and said, Young master, isn't this a little impulsive? Yi Xian waved his hand. Don't be impulsive. Xiao Ta, think about it. Who can kill me now? Then he raised his head and looked deep into the galaxy. Now that I'm invincible in the human world, who else can I fight but the Cosmos Court? Then, he was about to activate the teleportation formation. Xiao Ta quickly said, Young master, do you want to reconsider? Yi Xian laughed. No need to reconsider. From today onwards, there will be no more Cosmos Court in the world. I, Yi Xian, will say it. Then, he activated the teleportation formation. In the next moment he disappeared. Chapter 1605. Not long after Yi Xian vanished, the space where he stood suddenly split open. In the next moment, a little girl suddenly appeared. It was the nameless little girl from the Cosmos Divine Court. She hadn't teleported here through a teleportation array. Instead, she had torn open a starfield all the way here. The nameless little girl. The front of the little girl's hair was slightly long, and it covered half of her face. In her right hand was a shabby little wooden figurine, and in her left hand was a voice transmission talisman. The little girl suddenly let go of the voice transmission talisman, and Mu Xiaodao's voice came from it. Clearly, Mu Xiaodao's voice transmission to Yi Xian had been intercepted by the little girl. The little girl's expression was calm. The space in front of her suddenly split open. She was about to leave when she seemed to notice something. She suddenly raised her head, and in the next moment, she vanished. When she reappeared, the little girl was already deep in the starry sky. Above her head was a layer of blood-colored clouds, and within the clouds lightning flickered. Calamity tribulation. The little girl looked at the blood-colored clouds with a cold gaze. And around her body, there were actually some blood-red threads. Calamity karma threads. If Yi Xian was here, he would definitely be extremely shocked. Because the little girl in front of him actually had a calamity constitution. He wasn't the only calamity constitution in the world. At this moment, the blood-colored clouds suddenly condensed a bolt of blood lightning. The blood lightning flew out of the clouds, and its target was the nameless little girl. The little girl suddenly vanished on the spot, and when she reappeared, she was above the blood-colored clouds. Below her, the blood lightning soundlessly shattered into countless fragments, and the blood-colored clouds had also become a pile of fragments. Instant calamity tribulation. At the same time, the karma threads around the little girl vanished. The calamity karma couldn't touch her. At this moment, a phantom appeared above the nameless little girl. The projection of the calamity law. The calamity law looked at the little girl, and the little girl looked back at the calamity law. Neither of them spoke. The little girl's exposed left eye was filled with killing intent. After a long time, the calamity law became illusory. The little girl turned and left. She lowered her head to look at the little wooden figurine in her hand. As she looked at it, a stream of clear liquid suddenly flowed out of her left eye. Yes. No. They lied to me. As she spoke, her gaze gradually became vacant, and her thoughts returned to the past. It was a small village, and within the village, there were corpses and blood everywhere. At the entrance of the village, there was a little girl in a black dress curled up. The little girl was very afraid, and her body continuously trembled as she cried. At this moment, an exclamation of surprise sounded from the side. Disaster constitution? As he spoke, a man appeared in front of the little girl. Beside the man was a little girl in white clothes. The little girl was also holding a small wooden doll in her hand. The man sized up the little girl, and the little girl raised her head to look at the man. The man said softly, "It really is the body of adversity." The little girl looked at the man and the man smiled. "Don't be afraid." The little girl said with a trembling voice, "I killed them. I'm the bad guy, right?" The man shook his head. A person's good or bad isn't determined by their constitution. Although they died because of you, you had no intention of killing them. So, this isn't your fault. If you're wrong, it's your past life's fault, and it's also my fault. There are too many imperfections in the rules and order that I've established, and there are also too many loopholes. As a result, some powerhouses who are unwilling to give up repeatedly look for loopholes to reincarnate, and they even carry their past life's memories. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand. "Come back with me. I'll protect you in the future." The little girl looked at the man for a long time, and then she stretched out her little hand and placed it in the man's palm. The man smiled slightly. "Let's go." The little girl nodded. Just like that, the man led the two little girls away. At this moment, the man turned to look at the village and said softly, "Your deaths are truly undeserved disasters. The next life is too long, so I grant you another life." With that, the air above the village suddenly trembled. In the next moment, countless soul fragments gathered. Not long after, soul bodies appeared in the air above the village. Soon, these souls entered the corpses below, and before long, the people in the village stood up one by one. The man withdrew his gaze, and then he led the two little girls towards the distance. The little girl in a white dress suddenly tilted her head as she gazed at the man, and she said, "Master, even if they're alive, they'll only be able to live for a few dozen years at most." The man rubbed the little girl's head lightly, and he smiled as he said, "Dao Yi, you're the eldest, so you have to understand that even if they're only able to live for a day, that's their right, and we shouldn't deprive them of that right." The little girl called Dao Yi blinked. "But there's slaughter in many places." The man smiled. "Change it slowly." Dao Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "It's very difficult to change human nature." The man grinned. "Take it slowly." Dao Yi nodded slightly. "All right." Meanwhile, the little girl on the man's right suddenly gazed at the little wooden figure in Dao Yi's hand. "Can I play with it for a while?" Dao Yi blinked. "No." The little girl lowered her head slightly and didn't dare speak another word. The man smiled. "I'll carve one for you when we get back." The little girl gazed at the man. "Really?" The man roared with laughter, and then he rubbed the little girl's head lightly. "Really?" The corners of the little girl's mouth curled up slightly. In next to no time, the three of them vanished into the distance. In the starry sky, the nameless little girl gazed at the little wooden figure in her hand, and tears flowed incessantly from her eyes. After a long time, she gazed into the distance. "Kill him, and they'll tell me where you've gone." As soon as she finished speaking, she casually waved her hand, and the space in the distance split open. Actually, it wasn't the space in front of her that had split open, but the space in tens of thousands of stellar regions had split open. The nameless little girl stepped into the split space, and then she vanished in the blink of an eye. Divine Court Stellar Region. A certain space in the starry sky suddenly split open, and then a man walked out. It was none other than Yi Xian. Yi Xian put away the universal apparatus. He had to admit that this thing was truly abnormal. He'd only used less than an hour to teleport here from the demon domain. It was too fast. It was much faster than the teleportation array built by the Cosmos Divine Court. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly said softly, "Looks like I'll have to make a trip back to Qingqing when I'm free." With this thing, he'd be able to return to Qingqing in just 15 minutes. After putting away the universal apparatus, Yi Xian looked around. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of him. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. "Who are you?" Yi Xian gazed into the distance, and then said, "How do I get to the Cosmos Divine Court?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly. "You're looking for the Cosmos Divine Court?" Yi Xian nodded, and as if he'd thought of something, he looked at the middle-aged man. Are you from the Cosmos Divine Court? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. Yes. As he spoke, he seemed to have discovered something, and his brows furrowed slightly. You're Yi Xian. Who's on the wanted list? As he finished speaking, he was about to attack. But at this moment, Yi Xian had already vanished from his original spot. Chi. The middle-aged man's head directly flew off. Heaven Final Realm. This middle-aged man was a peak Heaven Final Realm expert. But he couldn't even take a single sword. In the distance, Yi Xian kept his sword and shook his head. Too weak. As he finished speaking, he left confidently. Yi Xian walked into the distance, and not long later, an old man appeared in front of him. Just as the old man was about to speak, Yi Xian disappeared from his original spot once more. Chi. Before the old man could react, his forehead was pierced by a sword. Behind the old man, Yi Xian kept his sword and shook his head. This is the Cosmos Divine Court? As he finished speaking, he rode on his sword and disappeared into the distance. Actually, he didn't use any external items at all. Even if he didn't use any god items, his sword wasn't something that Heaven Final Realm experts could block. One could say that if they fought normally, even Mu Xiaodao wouldn't be able to beat him. Not long later, Yi Xian saw an island, and on that island he saw a giant palace. Cosmos Divine Court. Just as Yi Xian was about to walk over, an illusion suddenly appeared in front of him. Just as the illusion was about to speak, Yi Xian raised his sword. Chi. That illusion was directly slashed into pieces. Yi Xian glanced coldly at the shadow that had been chopped into pieces. I'm here to kill people today. Let's cut the crap. As he finished speaking, he suddenly rode on his sword and very soon, he appeared in front of the Cosmos Divine Court's hall. Looking at the Cosmos Divine Court, Yi Xian suddenly pulled out his sword and pointed it at the hall. I am Yi Xian. Cosmos Divine Court. Is there anyone who dares to fight me? Yi Xian. His voice was like thunder, reverberating through the entire starry sky. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared not far away from Yi Xian. God official. The god official glanced at Yi Xian. I really didn't expect you to come here. You've really surprised me. Yi Xian roared with laughter, and was about to speak when some mysterious experts appeared in the surroundings. The weakest amongst them was at the mortal realm. Behind the god official, there were two more experts. One held a saber, the other a sword. Black and white saint emissaries. Besides them, the undying old man was there as well. Moreover, the god undead monarch had appeared not far behind Yi Xian. Ma Yi was there as well. Seventh swordsman, whose body had been shattered by the green-clothed man, was present as well. Moreover, her body had recovered. At this moment, the legendary master Yin Xiaoxiao, had appeared as well. Her eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was slightly stunned by the scene before him, because he noticed that there were over 10 mortal realm experts, and the weakest amongst them was at the peak of the heavenly might realm. There were quite a few at the mortal realm as well. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian. What are you doing here? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm here to destroy the Cosmos God Court. Mu Xiaodao blinked. Your brother and father are here too? Yi Xian shook his head. Mu Xiaodao asked again. Is the plain-dressed woman here? Yi Xian shook his head again. Mu Xiaodao asked. Did you come alone? Yi Xian nodded. Mu Xiaodao immediately gave him a thumbs up. You've got guts. Yi Xian asked softly. Is it too late for me to leave now? Mu Xiaodao blinked and smiled mischievously. What do you think? Xiaota suddenly said. Young master, why don't you surrender? The Milky Way galaxy is particular about not killing those who surrender. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. A reader told me that I can stop updating for 5 days, and then release 10 chapters at once. This way I can realize my bragging. Moreover, I can release 10 chapters at once without missing chapters. It's the best of both worlds. I thought about it for a whole night, and I felt that there was nothing wrong with him. I'm going to give him 2 sets of physical books. One was the sword domain, and the other was the supreme one. Chapter 1606. If he surrendered, then he wouldn't be killed. Yi Xian's face darkened. If he surrendered, then he would probably be dismembered. Mu Xiaodao suddenly asked, really came alone? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. He came alone. Everyone's expressions instantly became weird when they heard Yi Xian. This fellow came to destroy the Cosmos Court by himself. Everyone thought that they'd heard wrongly. Yi Xian looked at Mu Xiaodao. There are so many people in the Cosmos Court. Mu Xiaodao spoke indifferently. Only a portion of them. Some haven't shown themselves and are hiding in the dark. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, What should I do now? Mu Xiaodao blinked. What's your objective? Yi Xian said. To destroy the Cosmos Court. Mu Xiaodao smiled. I want to watch you perform. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaodao continued. Didn't you receive my voice transmission? Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. What voice transmission? Mu Xiaodao pondered deeply for a moment before shaking her head and smiling. Nothing. As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian. Since you're here, then let's perform. As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to leave. Yi Xian suddenly said, Xiaodao, I'll give you something. Do you want it? No. Before Mu Xiaodao could speak, Mai suddenly walked to Mu Xiaodao's side. She looked at Yi Xian coldly. Can you get this straight? We are mortal enemies. Are you trying to instigate us to defect by giving us something? Yi Xian glanced at Lini and smiled. Miss Lini, nice to meet you. Lini looked coldly at Yi Xian. What's nice about it? I'm not familiar with you. Yi Xian chuckled, and then he looked at Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao blinked. What is it? Yi Xian opened his palm, and a flying knife appeared within it. Mu Xiaodao's eyes instantly lit up when he saw this flying dagger. A legendary divine artifact. Furthermore, it's perfect grade. Mai glanced at the flying dagger, wanting to say something but hesitating. Such playthings were rare even in the Cosmos God Court. How did this guy get it? Yi Xian chuckled. I risked my life for this. Mu Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian. Use your life. Yi Xian nodded and said seriously. I almost died in order to obtain this flying dagger. Really? Mu Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian. Why did you give it to me? I've been trying to kill you. Yi Xian was about to speak when Ma Yi suddenly said, Don't even think about instigating little knife to defect. She won't be with you. Yi Xian laughed. If I like it, I'll give it to you. There's no other reason. After speaking, he looked at the god official and the others and smiled. To be honest, I, Yi Xian, came here today to destroy the Cosmos God Court. Destroy the Cosmos God Court. Everyone looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. The god official shook his head. Your joke is not funny at all. Yi Xian pointed his sword at the god official. God official, I heard that you are the number 2 of the Cosmos God Court. I challenge you. Challenge the god official. All the spectators shook their heads. God official. He had reached the peak of the mortal-breaking realm tens of thousands of years ago. It was even rumored that he had surpassed the mortal-breaking realm. As for Yi Xian, no matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? It could be said that he didn't even have the qualifications to challenge the god official. At this moment, a black-clothed man suddenly said, You don't have the qualifications to challenge the god official. Let me play with you. Yi Xian suddenly pulled out his sword and sheathed it. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. Chi. That black-clothed man's head flew off silently. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Instant kill. Seeing this scene, the expressions of all the experts from the Cosmos God Court changed. The god official looked at Yi Xian. Mortal-breaking realm. The moment Yi Xian attacked, everyone could see the depth of his strength. Even though he wanted to, he couldn't hide it. Mortal-breaking realm. If Yi Xian wasn't worth their attention before, it was different now. Mortal-breaking realm. Even in the Cosmos God Court, experts of this level were rare. Mu Xiaodao and the hemp-clothed women were extremely shocked. Especially Mu Xiaodao. She didn't expect that this guy had actually broken through. How did he break through? Mu Xiaodao was confused. Didn't this mean that she couldn't bully this guy in the future? Yi Xian smiled. God official, if you think that I'm not qualified to fight you one-on-one, that's fine too. As he said this, he pointed his sword at the Yin Yang envoy. Let's fight one-on-one. Swordsman versus swordsman. Swordsman versus swordsman. Mu Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian with a weird expression. This guy was up to no good again. Because she knew that Yi Xian's body was very special. He was immune to swords. The god official knew this too. He looked at Yi Xian. Your body is special. At this moment, the young envoy with the sword said, I accept your challenge. The god official frowned. He turned to look at the young envoy. He shook his head and transmitted his voice. This person's body is special. He is immune to all swords and sword chi. You will be at a disadvantage if you fight him. The swordsman looked calm. Let's try. As he said this, he looked at Yi Xian. Attack. Yi Xian didn't waste any time. He attacked. Life and death sword. He used his full strength in his first attack. In the distance, the swordsman also attacked the moment Yi Xian attacked. There was no sword chi, no sword light, and no sword intent. It was an ordinary sword attack. One attacked like a tiger pouncing on its prey. The other attacked like a quiet virgin. Their swordsmanship styles were completely different. However, neither of them chose to retreat. Instead, they chose to face each other head-on. Bang! A wave of sword light suddenly erupted in the field, and Yi Xian returned to his original position. The swordsman didn't move. Obviously, in this confrontation, Yi Xian was at a disadvantage. This was normal. After all, he had just reached the transcending mortality realm. The swordsman had reached the transcending mortality realm tens of thousands of years ago. After repelling Yi Xian with one sword strike, the sword cultivator suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Chi! The space in front of Yi Xian suddenly tore open. Yi Xian calmly blocked with his sword. Bang! The sword in Yi Xian's hand shook violently. He retreated hundreds of meters. Before he could stop, another sword attack came. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly shrank. A trace of panic appeared on his face. Just when everyone thought that Yi Xian was going to block, Yi Xian didn't block. He allowed the swordsman's sword to stab into his chest. Chi! Yi Xian was stabbed by the sword. However, the swordsman returned to his original position. At this moment, his right arm was gone. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the experts from the Cosmos God Court changed. This was because they realized that Yi Xian was really fine. He had directly absorbed the swordsman's sword. He could absorb swords. The expressions of the experts from the Cosmos God Court instantly turned weird. What kind of physique was this guy? Yi Xian took in a deep breath. That absorption just now was too. If this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. Awesome. The stronger the swordsman's sword, the more awesome it would be to absorb it. Of course, it wouldn't be on the level of his father. Absorbing a sword of that level would be awesome. From afar, the swordsman looked at Yi Xian. What a unique physique. Yi Xian looked at the swordsman and smiled. Again? The swordsman shook his head. I'm not your match. After saying that, he retreated to the side. At this moment, the lady with the blade suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian, and without any nonsense, she raised her hand and slashed. This slash was as fast as lightning. Before Yi Xian could see it clearly, a blade light had already slashed in front of him. Yi Xian reacted quickly. He raised his sword horizontally to block the attack. Boom! Yi Xian instantly retreated a few hundred meters away. Before he could stop, a blade slashed down from above his head. Yi Xian did not continue to dodge this slash. Instead, he stabbed out with his sword. He was going to perish together with the enemy. However, the underworld emissary did not choose to perish together with Yi Xian. She tilted her blade and swept it out. Boom! Yi Xian's sword was directly slashed apart. Following that, she took the opportunity to slash towards Yi Xian's face. Two slashes were connected in one go. Yi Xian still did not choose to block. This lady's blade was too fierce. If he chose to defend, he would forever be in a passive position. However, he did not use any external objects. At the instant when the lady's blade slashed towards his head, he suddenly released his right hand. His sword suddenly flew out and stabbed towards the back of the lady's neck at an extremely strange angle. Heart sword and instant kill sword. The speed of this sword was not any slower than the lady's blade. Moreover, it was a method of perishing together. If the lady's blade slashed down, she would be able to hit Yi Xian. However, she would also be stabbed by Yi Xian's sword. The lady still did not choose to perish together with Yi Xian, because she knew that Yi Xian's body was strong. Yi Xian might be able to withstand her blade, but she would definitely not be able to withstand Yi Xian's sword. The lady immediately withdrew her blade and blocked. Boom! Yi Xian's flying sword was directly blocked. However, in the next moment, the sword returned to Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian was about to attack when the lady took a big step forward and slashed with her blade with both hands. Sky Splitter. As the blade descended, the sky split. In the face of this terrifying blade, Yi Xian still did not choose to retreat. Instead, he slashed forward with his sword. This sword strike was like a mountain torrent, and the heavens and the earth could not bear it. Sword force. This was the force that he had comprehended when he faced the divine official. A sword strike, regardless of life or death. Bang! The space in front of Yi Xian and the lady suddenly exploded apart. Both of them retreated explosively, while the space around them collapsed inch by inch. In the distance, Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke softly, "Recover." As soon as her voice resounded, the space in the surroundings returned to normal. Meanwhile, countless rays of light from swords and blades suddenly appeared in the distance, and the space that had recovered shattered once more. A short while later, Yi Xian and the lady separated. After Yi Xian stopped, he opened his right hand, and a sword appeared in his grasp. The heart sword. In the distance, the lady held the blade in her right hand and pointed it diagonally downwards. She gazed coldly at Yi Xian while her eyes were filled with boundless battle intent. Yi Xian was just about to attack again when the divine official suddenly said, "That's enough." Yi Xian gazed at the divine official, and the divine official gazed at Yi Xian. "The one-on-one round is over. Now we're going to gang up on each other." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and then over a dozen afterimages suddenly charged at Yi Xian. Gang up on each other. Yi Xian's face sank. "All of you are really shameless. You're actually ganging up on each other." The divine official remained expressionless. "You can call for help as well." Yi Xian fell silent. "Who am I calling for help?" Right at this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. "I heard that all of you want to gang up on each other?" End of this chapter. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.